Welcome back, True Seeker. It is Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Of course, still the top headline is the debate and Joe Biden not looking fit for office, which was, again, a very predictable outcome. We talked about how it seemed that the thing was lined up for Donald Trump to look like the beneficiary. We have our first hurricane of the season, and they're pointing out that it's quite a bit earlier than the typical average for the first hurricane. They say historically the first hurricane of the year is August 11th. And that's a funny date for the average first hurricane date of the year. We're going to get to why that is in light of today's news about that. We've talked about an instrument that's been said to be part of weather warfare, August 11th, and HARP. If you've never heard of HARP before, HAARP, the patent for that technology is August 11th. And I got to go back and double check what year it is. It might be 1987, if I'm not mistaken. But August 11th is the patent technology for HARP. I've never seen the date stated that way in any article in all the years I've been doing this research. I was looking for older documentation of that, but today's article says the average first hurricane of the year comes August 11th. Here we are on June 30th, this Sunday, and we'll talk more about that and seemingly the tribute that always goes back to that same date, close to August 11th, August 15th, the Jesuit Order's birthday. So we'll look at that. And this headline down here about net neutrality, that's been a big topic for some time now. They're saying that it could be in jeopardy because of the Chevron precedent being overturned by the Supreme Court on Friday. And we actually talked a little bit about that when Sandra Day O'Connor died, because they brought this up after her passing, which we'll go back and look at. It was this article this year in the spring. Sandra Day O'Connor's papers reveal about a landmark Supreme Court decision that could soon be overturned. If you read the article, it was about the Chevron precedent. So we're going to put all this together. And you might recall Sandra Day O'Connor died on the anniversary of the death of Aleister Crowley, famous occultist, at age 93, when, of course, Aleister Crowley had the occult religion that worships the number 93, Thelema. So we'll talk more about that. And again, we'll get to why it matters that from her death to this overturning, which they connected to her, was 211 days, the 47th prime number. Again, Aleister Crowley dead in 47, and just a routine number that comes up time and time again. This year, the Super Bowl was on the date 211, like the number 211, the 47th prime, and the over-under for the game was 47.5, and the final score was 25-22, 47 points. Again, the first Super Bowl was in the 47th season of the NFL. That was the 66-67 season. And, this year's Super Bowl is in Nevada, one of two states with a simple English gematria value of 47. They're Nevada, and the other's Ohio, the birthplace of American football. But yeah, we'll talk more about that. This tropical storm Beryl, there's so many things that are interesting about it. We'll get into it in just a minute. And another famous baseball player is dead just days after Willie Mays. This was another guy who broke barriers and also played for the San Francisco Giants. Reportedly died this past Friday. At the end of his career, he played with Boston. We're going to talk about that connection, since Boston just won the NBA Finals, and how his death just days later seems to fit in. 11 days later, to be exact, like how they did Bill Russell dirty in the Big 11 ritual on the last day of the Jesuit Ignatian year, when, of course, he was Jesuit educated and won 11 championships with Boston, who just lost in the finals to San Francisco, out where he played his college basketball, did Bill Russell before his pro days with Boston. But anyway, he's dead at 86, like Jerry West, like the finals was coined in 86. Like how, again, Boston won it in 86 over the other Texas team, the Houston Rockets. Again, the Celtics came into the series versus the Mavericks 46-40, 86 games played. Jerry West dead at 86 days later. And now this gentleman, who again had some pro time with the Boston Red Sox, which are now these days partially owned by LeBron James, the basketball player. Anyway, we'll bring it all together in a minute. And a gentleman asked if I could look into this shooting of a young Burmese teenager in Utica, New York, or is it Utica? Utica. Apologies, I forget the pronunciation. Smaller town in New York. Well, what I can tell you about these Burmese communities is they are very tightly knit. Sweet ladies from she's in 2008, the United States of America began accepting refugees from Burma and a lot of the nations in the Middle East that had become involved in the wars after 9/11. Refugees came from those countries where we were in the current wars, but also Burma that year. And Burma's had the longest ongoing civil war in the history of the world. And remember, at the start of 2021, their military overthrew their government February 1st, and then a greater war broke out. So, anyway, there is something seemingly pretty interesting about this, because this is getting national attention, this story. It's not just a local news story, and it's another police killing. And something did stand out to me about the focus of this Burmese community in light of what happened February 1st, 2021. So we'll come back to that. If you missed the story, that they're saying that the cops stopped him and a friend who fit a description of some teenagers who'd been doing some burglaries in the neighborhood, reportedly with a weapon, and then they found out that he was carrying around a black pellet gun, not a real gun, like one that shoots tiny little pellets, like you might have had when you were a kid. But yeah. Anyway, we'll look more at that story. And again, I just wanted to touch one more time on Biden's supposed. Again, I really do look at Joe Biden and wonder if he's straight Hollywood and even plays the senile character, if he really is that bad, because a lot of his goof ups were like so perfect. If you were actually listening to what he said, it's just like, what are they doing with these guys? When he said his handicap was 6, and then he just said it straight back, his handicap was 8, like he didn't realize he just said 6 2 seconds earlier. I mean, when he did that, I was just like, you got to be kidding me, man! Like, these jokes are just going over everybody's head. But we'll put it together one more time, and we'll see if we're tripping or if it's everyone else. And also, I was listening to Sam Tripoli's latest podcast, and he brought up something that I don't think I've ever researched before, or I hadn't before I heard him say it. If I'd ever heard of this in the past, it went through the cracks. But I didn't realize that the year that I knew Hitler became chancellor in the start of 1933, and that was the beginning of, the Nazi Party coming. The story of the Nazis in Germany. It begins in 1933, but I didn't realize in that same year that the Nazis made an agreement with Zionist German Jews in Germany at the time, of course, for their own nation, but made an agreement to start sending them to Palestine. And if I'm not mistaken, the UK had control of that territory at the time. I got to go back and double check that part. But I think it's the UK that had control of where they ended up putting Israel at that time prior to the war. But anyhow, there was this agreement between the Nazis and German Jews to send 60,000 people, German Jews, to Palestine. And we'll talk about this more, but if you've been following the recent work, we've been talking about Art of War, translated by the Jesuit priest who has the big 207 connection. I just noticed that from the day that Hitler came to power, January 30th, 1933, to the day that agreement was 207 days later, And remember, when we were looking at the emergency alerts, the test they did in the United States October 4th and in Russia on the same day, October 4th, we had TFR that day, and that night's episode was focused on how they encoded 207 and how this 207 pointed to October 7th and Putin's birthday and that day and fateful day in history, which had to do with terrorism in the past and 9/11. And then boom, next thing you know, a major war is breaking out in Israel. And we've been talking about 207 up through what they just recently did with all the world leaders gathering in Europe for D-Day, which this year fell 207 days after the Superior General's birthday. But yeah, to go back and look at all this time, again, this is really important documentation because it is a historical fact that the Jesuits are modeled after the Nazi order. It is a historical fact that on Hitler's birth certificate, his name says Adolphus Hitler, which equals 201, like the Jesuit order. And again, the Jesuits have the longest history with that number, including the first Jesuit Pope being the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican. But yeah, and just the 201 being the Jesuit thing and the 207 thing being the Jesuit priest who translated Art of War and published it in 1772, again, just before the United States was established, a nation that's pretty much always been at war. But I was just thinking about the 201, 207 thing. It's just like July 20th. The majority of the world writes that date 20/7, and that's the 201st day of the calendar year. And again, the calendar was given to us by the Jesuit priest Christopher Clavius. So we've known the Art of War piece is huge for a long time because if you look into it, most English translations of the book are 68 pages. The longest chapter in the book is chapter 11, the 9 situations, 11 and 9, like how a lot of the world writes the 11th of September. But that chapter is 68 paragraphs long. So no matter what translation, that chapter is always going to be 68 paragraphs. But most English translations of the book are 68 pages. And again, in 1968, World Trade Center construction began. 911 made the national emergency dialing code. So many other things that fit in with 9/11, as well as other big events like coronavirus being coined and fentanyl being approved by the FDA. All of these things in that year 68, this number that's central to this Jesuit book, Art of War, which is about essentially it's best to defeat whoever you're trying to defeat through trickery and deception. Um, so yeah, just finding out about this in history. I mean, this is just it's beginning to make more and more sense why there was so much 207 encoded at the beginning of the war in Israel. And if you're new here, the Jesuit order equals 201, like State of Israel equals 201, like David Ben Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, again, died 201 days after the anniversary of Israel's establishment. And again, you think about the Jesuit, Adam Weishaupt, who was Jewish, who founded the Illuminati and called it Order of Illuminati, which equals 201, and died 201 days after the anniversary of the Illuminati's establishment. And just on and on and on with these patterns. But I'd really been overlooking the 207. It didn't get on my map until October 4th last year, just how heavily it was encoded that day in the stories and the headlines and the post times. And then just how looking through the database of 207's gematria, we saw there were several things that connected to October 7th that it fit right in with. But yeah, this is crazy to realize this all this time ago. And by the way, the agreements in Germany, right? The Jesuit Adam Weishaupt, who was Jewish, founded the Illuminati where? He founded it in Germany, in Bavaria. And think about that with what they did this year on Hitler's birthday. Okay, so order of Illuminati, it does equal 201, like I just said. If you run the alphabetic order in reverse, it equals 258. And where did we recently see these numbers come together? It's been several times, but a major one was with Bill Gates' father's death. That's Bill Gates Sr. Both of their names are William Henry Gates, which equals 201 forwards, 258 in reverse. Bill Gates Sr. died on the 258th day of the year in 2020. And if you go back and look at when Bill Gates established Gavi, his vaccine alliance, there's a major 258 in that ritual. And what's really interesting about the 258 is the phrase number of the beast equals 258. Again, we're on this 258 number because this agreement, the Haavara agreement between the Nazis and German Jews who wanted to set up their own state in Israel, it was agreed to on a date that can be written 25/8, like 258. Number of the beast equals 258, this term from the final book of the Bible, which of course relates to the number 666, the number of the man, the number of the beast. And so many sixes in the Bible, man made on the sixth day, God regrets making man in Genesis 6:6. Anyhow, the beast thing fits in with the end of the book. And again, Revelation, the final book of the Bible, it's based on the 39 books of the Old Testament. So in a way, it's very Jewish, but it relates to this prophecy, which Christians see as the return of Jesus, and Jews see as the arrival of the Messiah, which fits in with the other prophecy of building the third temple at Temple Mount. So anyhow, I see how I see the parallel through the Bible, and don't forget, in Gematria, the Holy Bible equals 201, like State of Israel, like the Jesuit order, like Order of Illuminati, like Ignatius of Loyola, that's the founder of the Jesuits, like Jorge Mario Bergoglio, that's the first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, the first to live in Suite 201. Again, he's Pope Francis. The Jesuits are from France. Again, the last French Pope was the 201st in the history of the Church. Yeah, I was actually going to talk more about this at the end, but I always like when I find a new piece of information that I've been overlooking, and it just fits in so many ways. Not to mention the name Haavara equals 47, like Israel was drawn up by the United Nations in 47 on September 3rd, which we'll come back to. So anyhow, I'm getting ahead of myself there. Let's go right here to the Supreme Court overturning the 40-year precedent. We wrote a post about this in April, why it would make sense if they would do this in 2024 when the Chevron precedent turns 40 years old, right? And anyhow, so look at when they overturned it, June 28th, 3 days after it turns 40 years old. But just looking further into it, the case that the Chevron precedent was based on that got overturned, that case was called Chevron v. Natural Resources Defense Council. And again, V, just like how they write in the case for verse. Chevron v. Natural Resources Defense Council, 173. That is the 40th prime number. Again, we documenting things like this with the Supreme Court for years. Supreme Court by the numbers. Federal government by the numbers. Language, calendar. Again, when I first started with this, I had to ask the question, who could have possibly done this? Why are they doing this? Why is it like this every day? Again, from following the breadcrumbs. 16th century, Jesuits, Protestant Reformation, formation of this nation, Jesuit threats to certain founders, George Washington's letter about his concerns about the Illuminati founded by a Jesuit. Again, realizing the calendar does come from a Jesuit. Only the church has been in control of the English language since it showed up on the scene in the year 1011 AD. It's on, and again, the calendar and the language established at the same time, right as numbered Bibles are coming out. English translations of Bibles that are numbered, fourth book of the Bible's numbers. And remember, 40 is this very interesting biblical number as well. 40 is all over the Bible. But that case decided June 25th, 1984, on George Orwell's birthday. So think about that. So you know that right now they're saying this could open up a can of worms for so many things, like including net neutrality going down. And again, most people cannot comprehend this because legal jargon, that's why you have to go to law school to learn to read like a lawyer, to understand language in legal terms, legalese. It's a language within a language. But yeah, again, the mainstream commentary is that the overturning of this can open up this crazy can of worms, and we'll see all what comes in due time. But just like even net neutrality going down, I need to go back and do my research on net neutrality. That topic's been around for a minute, and it's been so long since I revisited it, I forget all that entails it. But anyway, just the fact that this overturning, which is highly ritualistic, I just imagine at the end of the day, everything they're doing is to help further build their censorship tyranny state where people have less rights and less liberties. Just like how at the beginning of this same week, let's not forget this past week, we celebrated George Orwell's birthday anniversary, June 25th. And it was the day after his birthday anniversary that the Supreme Court decided that it was okay for big tech to censor content based on what's recommended by the Oval Office, the president's administration. And it's like, I mean, how, in what world does that not undermine the idea of the First Amendment, especially when it's here to protect us from tyrannical authority? So now you're saying the Oval Office has the right to just request to just make blanket sweeps of certain topics. When I was reading that article, it pointed out how they did that with January 6th and took down a lot of videos and some accounts. I lost my account for my work on January 6th that was made before January 6th happened. And the thing was, I wasn't wrong. I talked about how what they had planned for that day was going to result in some kind of death story because it was simulated at Jesuit Georgetown on June 12th, 2020, with the Transition Integrity Project, and showed a million other things connected to that and these Jesuits. And then sure enough, it played out like that. And they had to code the big old 201 right on top of it. And it was that Ashley Babbitt with the crazy spelling. And look up the gematria of Ashley Babbitt, the way it's spelled. It actually equals 84. Speaking of George Orwell's 1984, George Orwell in Jewish gematria, for the record, is 1229, which is the 201st prime. But yeah, I'm going to go back to this post right here, this older one, because I'm not sure I wrote it down in the more current post. But something I always talk about with 40, if you've read either of my books, you know about this because I've written about it in both of them. But I talk about this relationship with the number 40 in the word 84 because in English, how we do it in the US, the word 40 is goofy if you think about it. And this used to bother me as a child way before I knew anything about gematria. But I hated how you spelled 40 as a number. I just could not make any sense out of this as a child because there's no U in it. And it's like, why would there not be a U in the number 40? I mean, we spell the number 4 with a U. We spell 14 with a U. We spell 400 with a U. If I spelled 44, then there'd be a U in it because there's a U in the. But this never made any sense to me as a child. I was like, this is so stupid. It's like they screwed up. But again, from learning this, you realize how these numbers come together all the time. And again, US, the abbreviation is 40. United States with the alphabetic order and numerology is 40. And United States of America, the full name, is 84. And remember, Old Testament, there's a lot of 40 in the Old Testament. Old Testament is 40 as well, interestingly enough. And that's wild because if you go back to United States of America and you look in Jewish gematria, again, Derek Green named it Latin on his calendar or his calculator. But if you go to Jewish gematria, United States of America is 929. And again, it has this 40 connection like Old Testament in the alphabetic order with numerology. But there's 929 chapters in the Old Testament. 929. 10 Commandments. And that's all over right now, too. Just the 10 Commandments thing in Oklahoma. And I forget another state. Is it Louisiana as well? I want to say two big things in the States in recent days with the 10 Commandments, but Old Testament. And with regards to the date that they overturned this case from 84, the date numerology that day was 78. And again, 78, 84, just numbers that get paired together a lot in this study. We'll talk about that in a minute with the Hurricane Beryl. But the case overturned from 84 on the 78 date numerology. And yeah, it was a mixed bag of technically conservatives and liberals on the court on the side of overturning. So again, the real thing for people to take away is you can have all kinds of different opinions and thoughts about where this will lead to, and that stuff is important. But the real point of my work is to just show you that day after day, this is what our government is doing. Again, and I don't know why I was the first person to figure it out in the world because it's all the clues were there. Highly numbers just used as high ritual every day if you just pay attention. Just the way they're inserted in stories in seemingly nonsensical ways. You look into a few things. DC is known as the Masonic city. They etch on the temple all is number, the Pythagoras quote. You read a book like Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages, Faith Giovanni's The Divine Triangle. This is the cipher she writes her whole book about. And those were the first two books I read when I was looking into this stuff. But Faith Giovanni just does this cipher, just like the beginning of my work. Almost all of it was in this cipher. Manly P. Hall, in his book, The Secrets of Teachings of All Ages, lays out the one cipher in the book, and it's this one, the alphabetic order with numerology applied. But just day after day, obvious ritual. And again, that should reveal a lot about the credibility of any of these people when they're just out there essentially following their script. And it's funny, I just think about how the whole world is this way, because this is why I had to quit teaching. Teachers are essentially just asked to follow the script. You know, they get the lesson. They get a little flexibility in their lesson planning, but they're teaching this lesson. And if you have a nicer district than some, you have a little room in how you can deliver that lesson plan. Some are just like literally following instructions, repeating it to the classroom, and proceeding accordingly. And again, they got everyone going through the motions on all kinds of levels. It's just so few people are able to actually think and say maybe what they truly feel or from their own experience. Like a teacher just supposed to go by the book. Doctors, they're told to go by the book, even though maybe they really don't agree with the book, but they know if they don't agree with the book, they also might not have a teach, or they might not have a job. They might not have a medical license in a few days. And then how are they going to pay off all their student loans that they still owe a ton on? But yeah, they control from a Supreme Court justice. It's like people are being controlled by the boss, by the money. Do you want to continue to have your nice paid position? But yeah. Anyway, I mean, where's your argument that this isn't what they're doing? If you have not read my last book, Number Games, the most awkward part of the entire book, the way I wrote it, was I had to figure out where to sneak in the piece about 40 and 84. And I just kind of crammed it in one section at the beginning of the first chapter, because I always like to mention the importance of that pattern, because it shows up often. Yeah, I spotted this one in the early days, but just another blatant example. And just how perfect it all is, too. The full name of the case, 173, the 40th prime. And again, I guess the other deeper thought is to think about how well planned out things are and how they know how to play this game of controlling humanity. Give the people a break here on this for this amount of time. Then after time's up, pull back even harder, because it's like they've drawn out a script. They're like, here's how we're going to get to here, but along the way, we might have to give a little slack. Just like if you're reeling in a fish, sometimes in the fight, you got to let it reel out a little bit of line. You got to let the fish win for a minute. And it's like, okay, now I got you. I think that's what this whole game is. And right now, just so many things unfolding and not in anyone's favor that's a citizen of this country or almost anywhere in the world right now. Things are crazy expensive all over the world. Crazy problems all over the world. And by the way, you guys, in light of Sweet Lady's family being from Burma, I mean, that place has been a wild place to live for a long time, because it does have the world's longest ongoing civil war. But since February 1st, 2021, and if you go back again to my Twitter from January 1st, 2021, the post says it's 21, the war ritual's coming. And then I wrote out Jesuit equals 21, war 21, army 21, evil 21. What happens on February 1st of 21, 2/1? Burma's military overthrows its government. And they blew me away at the time. I was like, what in the world, in Sweet Lady's home country this happens? But then as soon as I look into it, I see that government was established in history on September 27th. Huge date for the Jesuits. That's the day in history they are recognized by the Roman Catholic Church. Again, the day leaving 95 days left in the year to counter the 95 Theses. And remember what happened the very next day. The very next day in the news, Captain Tom died in the UK, supposedly from COVID. And he was known for the Burma campaign. And he died 201 days after being knighted by the Queen and 56 days after Maggie Keenan became the first vaccinated person in the world for COVID. And it's weird how they reported it that way at that time, because it was like Russia didn't count, because they'd actually reported a little before that Russia had already rushed out a vaccine and people had been jabbed with it. But then they always say the Maggie Keenan in the UK in the town of Coventry. And remember, they say the second person in the world to get vaccinated, the first man was William Shakespeare. Go back and look these things up. But Captain Tom died 56 days after the first vaccinations of Maggie and Shakespeare. And again, 201 days after being knighted, like the first case of the virus was 56 days after the Event 201 simulation. Um, Again, what's wild too is George Orwell, since we're talking about him, his first book, Burmese Days, the first number in the book is 56. And again, Orwell has that connection to 1229 because 1229 is the 201st prime. And the same cipher where United States of America is 929, George Orwell's 1229. But yeah, the Chevron case overturned after 40 years, and again, you just think more people would want to tune in and just recognize what our federal government does day after day. Why is everything high ritual? What does that say about the legitimacy of these decisions? Seems like they were planned long ago. If these things were planned out long ago, who wrote the script? Oh, it's weird. Almost everyone on the Supreme Court's Jesuit educated. You know what I mean? There's four guys. There's four names right now in the U.S. that are up for president at this time. Of course, Donald Trump, Jesuit educated at Fordham. Joe Biden, who went to 2 Jesuit prep schools. Gavin Newsom, who went to Santa Clara. Everyone's speculating that he will be the guy to replace Joe if some announcements made here in the days ahead. Remember, Gavin Newsom's 56 years old. Gavin Newsom equals 56, like Society of Jesus, like Washington, D.C. And the elections on the Jesuit anniversary of trying to blow up British Parliament. Remember the 5th of November, the day leaving 56 days left in the year. And then the other one is RFK Jr., Jesuit educated, Georgetown prep, been doing Jesuit ritual after Jesuit ritual with every last thing he does. Yeah, I do like his rhetoric on everything but Israel. Actually, there's a lot of other things I could complain about, like just the fact that he acts like our elections aren't rigged, which is really like, I mean that's the thing. I wouldn't mind if RFK's in the debate because at least he's talking about topics that people need to think about. And but at the same time, these people are like, he's really contributing to a lie. Essentially, if you can't tell that the U.S. political system is just a total rigged joke in light of what we get to choose from each year and the rituals they pull off, I mean, something's severely wrong with you. And I don't think RFK Jr. is a dumb guy at all. So he's obviously playing along with the bullshit, you know. So anyway, again, Sandra Day O'Connor, after she died, this article was written about how she is connected to this Chevron case and it could be overturned this year. Just pointing out that from the day she died to the day it was overturned is a span of 211 days, the 47th prime number. Again, judge equals 47, like gavel, like government, like authority, like obey. Again, she died at 93 on Aleister Crowley's death anniversary. Or hold on. Let me make sure I'm not saying something wrong about Aleister Crowley. It's not his birthday anniversary, is it? Let me double check. I think it's the day he died, though. I know he died in 47. Yeah, he died December 1st, 47, born October 12th, 1875. So she died on his death anniversary at 93. He had that he had Thelema, the occult religion that worships the number 93. And did a longer post on this the day she passed. I did. This was shortly after the war had broken out in Israel, just reminding how Israel was drawn up on September 3rd, 9-3 and 47. Saturn in Gematria equates to 93. Time equates to 47. Saturn, the keeper of time. A lot of 93s in Israel's history. And that's right. Henry Kissinger died last year, too, on the anniversary. Again, Henry Kissinger, big proponent of Israel, who predicted sometime before he died that Israel would dissolve and likely return back to the Ukraine-Russia region, ancient Khazaria, where the war is with Russia and Ukraine, which is a massive 201 ritual. Everything about Russia-Ukraine is 201. But that's where the Ashkenazi Jews originally come from, which reminds why the House sent $95 billion to Ukraine and Israel on Hitler's 135th birthday anniversary this year. Again, Hitler, Germany. He's really from Austria, but he's associated with Germany, where the Illuminati was founded, in Bavaria, which equals 135. This year on Hitler's 135th birthday, $95 billion. Again, approved for Russia, Ukraine, where the Ashkenazi Jews are originally from, that eventually moved out to Germany and then are now down in Israel. But both of those countries we sent 95 billion to when the Jesuits' original mission was to counter the 95 Theses, the Protestant Reformation. Martin Luther wrote the 95 Theses. Martin Luther King Jr., who assumed the name Martin Luther after him, was assassinated on the 95th day of the year in a twisted Jesuit ritual. And then the nation's first major gun control 201 days later. But yeah, Henry Kissinger, his name 181, and the United Nations General Assembly resolution was 181 that set the boundaries for what became Israel. Sandra Day O'Connor had that same number in her name, and it's special because it's the 42nd prime and 42, a number that has all kinds of meaning. I don't want to get into it right now, but just again, there's a reason in that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the computer says 42 is the meaning of life. And even the name of the computer in that film or that story, deep thought equals 42, just like computer equals 42, like internet, like Jesuit, like Facebook being established on the 4th day of the second month, the same day the U.S. military's DARPA LifeLog project concluded, Facebook launched. Facebook on one hacker way. And again, I'll tell you something. There's something that's not arbitrary about that. When all of my accounts got hacked in the Ides of March in 2017, the first one to go down was Facebook. And I didn't use the same password for anything, which is like impossible to do because some places require an exclamation point or a question mark, and some places require this many. So I have like 4 or 5 different variations of the same password. But the day that I got hacked, it started with Facebook, and then hours later in the day, everything was hacked. When I realized their headquarters on Hacker Way, I was like, okay. And the Ides of March, man, you just can't get any more Roman. But yeah, don't forget that Mark Zuckerberg does have the same birthday as Israel. And back in the day, he went around with that hoodie that on the inside had the secret company motto, keep the world open and connected, with the Star of David right in the middle of it. Okay, I was going back and looking at the other things we were talking about at the time with this. Okay. All right, so that was the Sandra Day O'Connor little flashback. This hurricane, Tropical Storm Beryl. Okay, so this post is from yesterday, because yesterday they were speculating that it would turn into a hurricane today, and I pointed out why it'd make a lot of sense if it happened on a Sunday, Hurricane Beryl. So here, let's just scroll down. Here's the update. Today, it's a Category 4 hurricane, and notice in Gematria, Hurricane Beryl, 78 forwards, 84 in reverse. If you're new here, the 4 base ciphers of the language, the alphabetic order forwards and backwards with numerology applied. You see all 4 values or ciphers on display here. The big way, which is the alphabetic order without numerology, Sunday has the 84 and in reverse 78 connection. And again, these numbers get paired together a lot. John Thompson, the first black coach to win the college basketball championship for Jesuit Georgetown in 84, just dropped dead unexpectedly at age 78 on a Sunday while on vacation. It's kind of like what they did with Tony Soprano, who started out, or made his name, I should say, on The Sopranos on Jesuit run HBO. And Sopranos came out in 99. Sopranos equals 99. Dead 99 days after we get the first Jesuit Pope was Tony Soprano. But yeah, John Thompson, nasty ritual against him. And I got to go back and double check if it was 666 days after his death or if it was 66 weeks and 6 days after his death. It might have been that. I think that's actually what it was, 66 weeks and 6 days. They named the Georgetown Hoyas court after John Thompson. Okay. The leader of the Jesuits, Arturo Sosa, from his November 12th birthday to this first hurricane of the year, it's 231 days later, or exactly 33 weeks. Notice how Sunday has the gematria of 84, 78, like the name of the hurricane, 33, like 33 weeks after his birthday. The 231 days matters because that's the 21st triangular number. So Sunday, all the numbers of Sunday fit in with the ritual when you sync it up with the Superior General's birthday. And again, where's the reason to sync it up with the Superior General's birthday? It's in understanding the history of weather control and weather warfare. The first act of weather warfare admitted to in the world happened on what date? August 15th, 1952, the Jesuit order's birthday. Lyndon Johnson. Well, here, let's go back to JFK. From a family of Jesuit-educated men, says at the United Nations, September 25th, 1961, talks about the future of weather control and its advantages. 201 days after his assassination, June 10th, 1964, Lyndon Johnson's at Jesuit Holy Cross talking about who controls the weather, controls the world. 1964, we just passed the 60th anniversary. Okay, and let's not forget when the Jesuits were first recognized by Rome in 1540, for their first 10 years, they were limited at having 60 members. After that, they grew tremendously all over the world to have tens of thousands of members. But even to be limited at 60 and to do the high deeds that they did, that shows the power of a group of well-trained people. It's like special forces, right? You just send in a small team of them and they can do a lot. But okay, coming back to this example of today. In the 4 base ciphers, remember, the Jesuit order equals weather control in 3 out of the 4 ciphers, and weather control is also 75, like Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits, and that's how old Arturo Sosa is right now. And just day after day, there are example after example of what seems like completely improbable coincidence. But if there is a system in place, again, if weather control, look into the 1952 Lynmouth flood of August 15th that killed 30-some people, just crazy, unprecedented flooding. If a storm system could be contrived that well in 1952, what can be done in 2024? It's 72 years since that happened. And that's concerning because Jesuit order equals 72. And again, we got the first Jesuit Pope on the 72nd day of the year and a whole bunch more. But numbers, milestones, dates, history. Again, Ignatius Loyola is the founder of the Jesuits. He's got the 75 and 87 in his name, which is real interesting because the Superior General is 75 years old right now, and the first ever Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, is 87. Again, the Pope's the first to live in Suite 201. His birth name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, is 201 the same way. I always like to bring up the recent Yellowstone example where Yellowstone had the crazy downfall. They said it was a once-in-a-thousand-year rain event on the day leaving 201 days left in the year that did a lot of damage to the park. Again, what they did in Dubai, they said the most rain in 75 years of recording, and it was 201 days from the anniversary of JFK's weather control speech. If you've ever seen the movie The Two Popes, Anthony Hopkins plays Pope Benedict, the German who died at age 95, like Martin Luther, the German, wrote the 95 Theses. And when Benedict died the other year at 95, it was synced up with Anthony Hopkins, who portrayed him. But in that same film, Jonathan Pryce, whose name equals 201, portrays Pope Francis. They had to get the 201 actor, and he does look a lot like him. They got the 201 actor to play the 201 Pope. Don't forget the phrase Catholic Pope itself equals 201 in Gematria. The Jesuits served the Pope. It's biblical. The Holy Bible, 201. In Hebrew, 201 represents the light. Light is knowledge. Light's associated with the pinnacle. There's a reason for the 201. It's not just some arbitrary number they picked out of the air. The Jesuit 21 connection. Notice, it says in the article, the early timing of the season's first hurricane is unusual, given the average date of the first hurricane is August 11th. So, and then they got to tell you as of 11 a.m. I've never seen that written before in any article I've been reading in this time. But today's 42 days before August 11th. Jesuit has the 42 and 21. Talked about the 21 with the connection to Sunday. Notice how Jesuit and Sunday, are so similar. 84, 21, 78 for Sunday and Jesuit, right? But again, the way these 4 base ciphers work, the way they line up dates, and here, I meant to have this post open. If you search on my old website, HARP, which is HAARP, August 11th, it should pull up what you need. All right, let's see. Here we go, right here. All right, August 11th. It is of the year 87. And again, the Pope's 87 right now. Interesting. August 11th, 87, HARP patent, method and apparatus for altering a region in the Earth's atmosphere, ionosphere, and or magnetosphere. And of course, for a lot of people, Jesse Ventura, the former governor in Minnesota, and before that, WWE superstar and also Hollywood actor and longtime, talking head that shows up on TV. He had that show Conspiracy Theory where he talked about HARP and the powers of weather modification. But things that are interesting about August 11th, that's the 223rd day of the year. Natural disaster has the Gematria 223. Like high frequency active auroral research program. That's what HARP stands for, 223. And again, August 11th, the date of the patent is the 223rd day of the year. So what a perfect day to patent the high frequency active auroral research program. And that date had 44 numerology. You know what day has 44 numerology? Today. Today is June 30th, 2024. So the same method here. This is the life lesson number method. So you see August 11th, 1987, you add the day plus the month whole. So 8 plus 11, which is 19. And then you add the year digit by digit. 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus 7, which is 25 more. So you have 19 plus 25 for 44. It's going to break down to 8. But today, June 30th, 2024, you have 6 plus 30, 36, and then you have 24. 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 more, 44. So here we are on the first hurricane date where they dropped the August 11th reference in the article. And again, they say HARP can also quake the ground. So earthquakes got that connection as well. High frequency active auroral research program. The big way is 457, which is the 88th prime number. Earthquake and Satanics 457. You might recall what happened this year with the earthquake on Donald Trump's golf course, one of the biggest in over 100 years in the region in White House, New Jersey. But it was on 45, number 45's golf course. And with regards to 457 being the 88th prime, it was right before the 88th Masters won by Scotty Scheffler, whose name equals 88, who's right there from New Jersey. But from the day of the first pro tournament being played at that golf course to the earthquake was exactly 88 weeks later. And April 5th was Heinrich Stenson's birthday, who'd won the tournament at that golf course. And he's from Sweden, and this year in the 88th Masters, the Swede came in second to Scotty Scheffler, whose name equaled 88. And again, we liked Scheffler with the best narrative to win, and we thought that Swede would do very well as well. He came in second place, all from understanding the way they rigged the games. And again, these are the types of things people can't wrap their mind around, but we're showing it year after year and showing the fruits of understanding these things. How you can see how it literally is synced up with the rigged major sports event that's about to happen as well, which again was the Masters. And that 4 or 5 date's perfect because Augusta equals 45, like Green Jacket. And the next thing you know, Scotty Scheffler's involved with this arrest ritual. And it ends up tying in 45 in his Masters and his latest Green Jacket. Again, the numbers are used as a language. But I just wanted to point that out, how they had to reference August 11th in today's storm. And yeah, also just the Caribbean. We associate that with pirates, right? We associate the Caribbean with pirates, and just to go through a little chain of thoughts. Again, the Jesuits, the first act of weather warfare, admitted on their birthday. Just chain of historical things connecting the Jesuits with seemingly weather control, especially when you're aware of their little number pattern that they love to work by. Just like how they had named the pandemic simulation event 201, and it was put on and headed by the Jesuit Klaus Schwab. And the co-sponsor was Bill Gates, Mr. 201 himself, whose wife at the time was from a family of Jesuit priests. And of course, I wrote about in my first book, it looked like they were in an arranged marriage on the first day of 94 in anticipation of the countdown of COVID 26 years later. Of course, COVID equals 26, like virus, like China. A very special number, which I write about in the first chapter of my first book, and why there's a 26-letter English alphabet. Why it matters that man's made in the 26th verse by God and is named Adam, when in gematria it just brings all this together through one number, in this case 26. But yeah, a Sunday, you can't get more Catholic than a Sunday. Again, the Jesuits, the long Jesuit history, in their logo is the Templar cross. When the Templars were burned at the stake, they say a lot of them fled by sea and had to live the life of a pirate. They became pirates. So there's a chain with Jesuits, Templars, pirates, and then it just automatically, in our Western culture, you hear Caribbean. I mean, word association. If we were playing a game, I'm going to say a word. You tell me what word it reminds you of. If I say Caribbean, not everyone would say pirate back, but I bet a lot of people would. I bet I wouldn't be surprised if I said that to 100 people and 50 back, the first thing they said was pirate, if not more than that. Hollywood and whatnot. The next words might be Johnny Depp. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's other things you could associate, but pirates isn't far off. And you think about that. Pirates after the gold, robbing people blind. You think about a government's essentially ruled over. Governments created by pirates to rule over people and enslave them and take advantage of them. We're here, you guys. Maritime law, all this stuff. I mean, you start to think about all the little pieces of the puzzle everywhere. You just start to see how it all really fits. Jordan Maxwell did all that great I said water. Freudian slip, all that great work on water and money. Just the terminology of money, liquid assets, currency flow, cash flow, a lot more. Jordan Maxwell, he always said all roads lead to Rome too, and gave all the examples of water and money. And don't forget, another just huge number of the Jesuits, as always, is 56. It's a number even encoded in the word hurricane, funny enough, just like Society of Jesus. I'm having an amnesia moment. I'll tell you what, the Astros, they won their first ever World Series after their 56th season, the year that Harvey flooded Houston. And don't forget who got a hit piece written about them by Vice News for saying why it was going to be Astros over Dodgers as soon as that Harvey flood happened. Again, you had the La Tuna fires in L.A., Houston underwater, water puts out fires, Dodgers put out the Astros in the scripted World Series. Like the Saints couldn't win a Super Bowl until Katrina. And speaking of 44 and harp and military, well, what Super Bowl did the Saints win? Saints, they won Super Bowl 44 after they got wiped out by Katrina. And Saints has that 44 connection for the record. Okay, and don't forget what they did to Will Smith, the football player, the night Will Smith, the actor and rapper and Fresh Prince, was getting the Lifetime Achievement Award at the MTV Movie Awards that night. That had a gold and black stage, just like the Saints colors. Will Smith, the football player, is getting murdered that night. And remember, they brought that story back up recently, the year before the Saints are about to host the Super Bowl. I won't be surprised if they're putting that story right in front of our face. All throughout the season, just keep bringing it up just because. It's like they got to constantly remind you about the horrific things they got away with. They got an Adam Lanza for every story. Sandy Hook established in 56, shooting 56 years later. Adam Peter Lanza, 56, 201 weeks after the Dune Blaine, or not weeks, but months. 201 months after the Dune Blaine massacre, which Sandy Hook was compared to. I mean, come on. Can't see what's going on here. Oh, okay. So I covered this a little bit at the beginning, and just to be repetitive, again, very famous baseball player who broke a lot of barriers. Dead 10 days after Willie Mays. Willie Mays, very famous San Francisco Giant who broke a lot of barriers. Now another one for the same team, largely just dead 10 days later. And you see, he was the MVP in 67. His name has that 67 gematria. We know that's a fateful number. Blood sacrifice and human sacrifice, 67. But what really jumps out, his name in the most simple cipher is 113. And that's the number of the NBA. The Boston Celtics just won the finals in their 113th, or excuse me, in Jason Tatum's 113th playoff game. The star player who the series was scripted around. Remember, he got his 45th playoff loss on number 45's birthday. They had to fudge the game of the 78th NBA championship for Trump's 78th birthday. But anyway, the day the finals ended was June 17th, 617 in Boston, the 617 area code, and 617 is the 113th prime. And remember, the National Basketball Association equals 113. And there's only two teams in the whole league that have a 113 connection. One is Dallas, who Boston defeated, and the other is the Utah Jazz. But the point is, there's only two 113 teams. One of them was also part of these finals that just ended again in a huge 113 ritual. And now this man who at the end of his career played for Boston, he played for Boston in 73, sacrificed 73, ritual sacrifice also 73. So he played for the Boston Red Sox in 73, again, dead at 86. The term finals was coined in 86. Boston won the finals that year as well. It was the year Len Bias died by the numbers right after getting drafted in the NBA. A lot of people say he was taken out, so he wouldn't steal the spotlight from Jordan, who had just come in. Was just about to come in 84 with David Stern. But, and don't forget, Michael Jordan equals 113, just like Kobe Bryant. And Dear Basketball, his retirement poem, and 1,000 other things, who finished his career against Utah, who Jordan beat 2 times in the finals. But yeah, the other thing that stands out about this man's passing shortly after the finals ends is he died on the 78 date numerology this past Friday. Again, remember, everything was 78. We thought the Celtics were the most likely team to win the finals before the season began. Boston Celtics equals 78, the only team in the whole league whose full name equals 78. And game one was on their 78th birthday, June 6th. And game one was the 78th game of the playoffs. Jerry West died after they'd played 78 games for the year at 86. And now, just shortly after the finals end on 78 date numerology, this man's dead. And the thing about him playing for San Francisco, too, that was the last finals the Celtics were in. And all of this is an ongoing storybook. So the Celtics did just have recent championship history, again, with San Francisco, where Bill Russell became the sacrifice on the last day of the Jesuit Nation year, July 31st, 2022, when 31's the 11th prime. And he won 11 championships. In this case, he's dead 11 days after the championship was played on June 17th, or the deciding game. Remember, Boston fell to 17-5 in the finals, losing to Golden State. Golden State equals 175, like Pope Francis. And again, on the Pope's birthday that year, December 17th, 2021, Boston got beat at home, falling to 7-5 at home for the year. And the Warriors became 10-3 away. When the Warriors won the finals in Boston, they won with 103 points. They got their 75th road win of their playoffs, and they became 7-5 in the finals overall. And again, San Francisco, the 49ers won the 75th NFL season. San Francisco equals 75. San Francisco Giants equals 75, like Catholic Church, like Roman Catholic. And San Francisco named after St. Francis of Assisi, just like Pope Francis. And don't forget that the Bay Area has 2 of the nation's 27 Jesuit universities, San Francisco University and Santa Clara University. Santa Clara is where Gavin Newsom went. San Francisco is where Bill Russell went. But yeah, on the 122nd meridian is San Francisco. San Francisco equals 122, like the Jesuit motto, Isus Hominum Salvator. And Pope Francis also equals 122. And don't forget that Jesuit motto, the big way, is 266, like Pope Francis is the 266th Pope. And San Francisco is named after St. Francis of Assisi, who created the Franciscans, the precursor to the Jesuits. So these 2 big rituals with these star Giants players from the past, and shortly after sports championship, I don't see it as an accident at all. And don't forget, Willie Mays dies at 93, and then the 93rd day of the season is the day that they played the Hall of Fame game at the Negro League field where Willie Mays used to play. Black History Month has that phrase, or Gematria 93, like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr., and those 2 men only met one time in history, March 26, 64, date with 93 numerology. So yeah, that ritual with Willie Mays dead at 93, and then 93rd day of the season, the Negro League tribute game, not an accident. And I don't think this is an accident either. I think this is another example of what they do year after year. They made his MLB debut on April 15th too, like Jackie. Okay. So the shooting of this young Burmese teenager in New York, um, again, there are a lot of Burmese refugees coming to this country right now. I wouldn't be aware of this if I didn't have Sweet Lady in my life, but because she's Burmese, I'm up on the Burma news. And again, since the war broke out, she's had more of her siblings come over here. So it's not just her family; it's all over. So Burmese people in the United States, rising population. The United States of America, its population isn't procreating like its parents and grandparents, and I'm an example of that. I'm over 40 years old. I'll turn 41 in July, and then I'll become a grandpa dad shortly after that because we're expecting a little one in November. But my mom had her first child as a teenager, and she had me when she was 30, but she had two children by the time she was 30. That's probably even under the average as well. But just her mother had 9 children, and anyway, what I know about a lot of the Burmese families is they do have a number of children. And you look at Burma on the map; it's a country that's about the size of Texas, but the population is like near 60 million. It might be declining though in terms of what's going on in that country right now. I was trying to say that since that war broke out there, it's been crazier and crazier. For the last 2 months, Sweet Lady's parents have had to be traveling between 3 different cities where 2 of their children still are. So from their home to a child's home to a different child's home, and the reason they've had to do that is because these towns keep getting told that they need to evacuate because like a bombing will happen near mortar fire will start landing nearby, and then they get the warning from the military that's in charge that you need to evacuate, you're not safe here. And some people choose not to evacuate, and because they don't want to leave their property unattended, or they have animals there to. But anyway, it's just creating chaos and just fear. So that's what a lot of people are having to do there, just having to move around to where safety is. But it's going on in a nation of a lot of people. So anyway, there's more coming here to the U.S. as refugees in other parts of the world too. They don't just go to the U.S. Sweet Lady, some of her friends are like all over Europe. Sweet Lady looks at one of her friends who's like somewhere in Norway or something. She like lives in this beautiful scenery with these nice mountains in the back. She's like, I almost wish I got sent there. But like then you wouldn't have met. No, but it is just a beautiful place where her friend got sent to. So anyway, anyway, just looking at this and the way the media reports things, they've put out the video footage very fast. It's a child running. He flashes a weapon. Other officers are screaming he's got a gun. So then they end up shooting and killing this kid. And he's 13 years old, and it was a pellet gun. But his name, just the gematria of his name, just interesting. 38 and 34, just like murder. And notice how the article begins: kin, community, demand accountability. The word kin equals 34 as well. He was killed on June 28th. What's 6 plus 28? It's 34, right? The song Murder by Numbers was put out by the band The Police, where killing's as simple as ABC is 1, 2, 3. And again, just in case somehow you don't know about the Murder by Numbers movie poster, it's actually behind me in the background right now, but this is the movie poster for Murder by Numbers. They code the E is a 3 and the B is an 8, 3, 8. The song Murder by Numbers by The Police, where killing's as simple as ABC is 1, 2, 3, came out in 83. Murder has that 38, 83 connection. So the other thing that's interesting about the word kin is if you do it the small way, the big way it's 34. It would be the 11th letter K, the I's the 9th letter, N's the 14th. So 11 plus 9 plus 14, 34. Kin the small way with numerology applied, 11 becomes 2, I is still 9 because it's already a single digit, and the 14 letter becomes 1 plus 4 is 5. So you have 2 plus 9 plus 5, you have 16. It's 2024. The United States began accepting Burmese refugees in 2008. And I think it's like probably a really, like in terms of like flow, I think it's at a real high flow right now, which is what's going on in Burma. So I'm just saying, like, I can't think of all the years of doing this of there ever being one of these shooting stories where it was a Burmese person that was wrongfully killed, and more often than not, it's a young black man, right? That's what we're used to in the news. But yeah, and I'm sure Sweet Lady, by the time she gets home today, she'll have heard of this story. She'll be like, "Did you hear about what happened to the the Burmese kid in New York?" Um, this was on the date with the 78 numerology, again, just big Jesuit number. But here's what stood out: from the day that the military overthrew the government, and remember, their military, um, or not the military, but the government for Burma had been established in history on September 27th, the one that was overthrown, which is the day in history the Jesuits were recognized by Rome. And then it gets overthrown in this huge Jesuit ritual where, again, Captain Tom of the Burma campaign dies the next day, 201 days after being knighted. Captain Tom was knighted by the Queen on July 17th, 17/7, like 177. From the day that he was knighted until the day he died, again, 201 days later, knighted on 17/7, like 177. Remember, like we said earlier, the Jesuit order equals 177 and 201. Klaus Schwab, his name equals 177. He's the Jesuit who was the main host of Event 201, the pandemic. And again, don't forget the Event 201 simulation was October 18th, 2019, the same day the Military World Games began in Wuhan, China. And those World Games began in the year 95 in Italy, and traced back to the Jesuits as well. But yeah, from the start of this war to this thing in the news with the police wrongfully killing the Burmese teen, it's 177 weeks later. So I don't think that's a coincidence. It reminds me completely of the Captain Tom thing. Again, he was knighted on 17/7, dead 201 days later. And here, just to make that point, it's just like in history, Catherine the Great, who preserved the Jesuit order with 201 Jesuit priests, she only became the leader of Russia because her husband died on July 17th. Or hold on, I did the wrong thing here. The war began February 1st. Captain Tom died the next day. So from July 17th to his death is a total span of 201 days. That's what it was. From the knighting July 17th to Captain Tom's death, one day after the Burmese government fell, 201. And don't forget, when the Queen died, she died 201 days from her COVID diagnosis. She's who knighted Captain Tom. And it seems strange that they'd knight him at that elderly part of life. But you see how they did it. I mean, it was all a ritual. That's what it's just. So yeah, I don't think this is an accident. The timing of this, and is it more more made for TV propaganda? I mean, it very well could be. But the thing is, it has an impact. And the one thing I've noticed about well, again, they have the longest ongoing civil war. Like, for the lack of a better word, the Burmese people are pretty gangster. Uh, so just like in the article that like they're threatening, like, oh, there better be justice for this for the police department killing our teenager. I just wonder where this story is going to go from here. It could be something else, and the Burmese people end up. Yeah, because they come from a different world. It's yeah. So. But yeah, I just can't even imagine being an adult and shooting and killing a little kid. I mean, 13, you're looking very little. I feel like if a 13-year-old pointed a gun at me, unless he's shooting and like actually hit me, and even if he shot and hit me, I still would not be shooting to kill a 13-year-old. I mean, that's the sick part. It's like, come on. Then again, is the story just propaganda to provoke? That part I don't have the answer to. What I can point out is every day the news is manufactured by a code, essentially meant to be propaganda to persuade you or provoke you or steer you down whatever path they want you on for that given day. You know, we know how it was for a few years there with put your mask on and get jammed up and shut up and don't you dare be a conspiracy theorist and question a thing. Do your part. I mean, out here on the West Coast, you're driving on the highway and they got electronic billboards everywhere paid for by the taxpayers reminding you to get a jab and put your mask on. It's just like, and you're looking over and you're seeing the people in the car driving by themselves with their mask on. You're like, look how dumb these people are. These people read the electronic sign that says put your mask on and they're driving in their own cars by themselves with masks on like their cars are going to give them COVID. Come on. Okay, again, we already covered this, but just in the debate, one of the many lowlights for Joe Biden was his argument with Donald Trump about who's the better golfer, and Joe Biden says he's a 6 handicap, which means if you understand golf, typically it's 18 holes, right? And typically par is 72, an average of 4 shots per hole. So if you shot 72 every time when you golfed, your handicap would be 0, meaning you shoot right at par. If your handicap is 6, that's actually really good. That means you, on average, shoot 6 over par, which means you'd shoot about a 78 on a 72. Maybe I didn't even think about that before. I was like, wow. So the first mention of 6 was 78. The debate, or hold on. No, just we've been talking about 78 because Biden took office at 78 and Trump just turned 78. The day after the debate was the 78 date numerology where the pressure started for people calling on Biden to step down. But anyway, he said, I'm a 6 handicap. And then Trump said, oh, that's the biggest lie yet in the debate. And then he's like, I'm an 8 handicap. Or it's like, okay. But he said 6 and 8. And again, in Gematria, golf equals 68, just like Donald John Trump. And 68, the year of years, the year that RFK was killed, who has the same birthday as Joe Biden. And again, RFK Jr. in the race, paying tribute to 68 in all kinds of different ways as we've been pointing out. So, yeah, it just seemed like all of Biden's like lowest moments of the debate were just like so perfectly symbolic, with his lowest moment being right at the beginning, talking about Social Security, which is this old dying idea, like he's an old dying man. And that's why I'm asking myself, I'm like, is this really good theater? Is this like if you were watching a movie and Joe Biden was the person being portrayed? I mean, yeah, that guy did a great job playing an old senile man, and the way the writers cleverly inserted those moments. If you were really paying attention, I mean, that's like, even like the way movies are. It's like, yeah, that was weird that his lowest moment where he just really couldn't get it together was how old dying Social Security. And then Donald Trump's like, oh yeah, Joe, you really did beat it into the ground or whatever he said, just setting him up for the perfect one-liner. Like they'd been practicing. They've been saying Joe Biden was tucked away practicing. I mean, those might have been the moments he was actually practicing. But yeah, at the same time, whether he's playing up his senileness or this really is the level he's at, it's just it's way before this, right? It's the things that still nobody will talk about. Um, I gave Sam Tripoli a shout out earlier in the stream because I was watching his latest episode. But the thing is, the guest he had on, I don't even know the guy's name, but he's been around for probably since about 2018 ish. I feel like he came on the scene around then. You guys might know him. He's like the last American vagabond, or at least that's what he used to go by. But when he first came on the scene, like some bigger channels featured him right away. And, he'd be doing live streams. And I was checking him out because some of his research was all right. But he was a guy that just took shots at my work as well, just out of nowhere. I was like, oh, so even he has something negative to say about my work. Anyway, I'm watching him on Sam Tripoli all these years later. Still doesn't really have anything figured out. And he's entertaining. This is a guy who's on the record saying, like, my work is stupid and pointless and you can just connect numbers to anything. But this is now a guy, and I haven't really paid attention to him in forever, but I saw him on Sam's thing. But he's still talking about 5G frying us and all kinds of stupid ass. That's just, you guys, it sucks. It really is a community of shills, and people just can't believe it. Like, he couldn't be a shill. I'm telling you guys, the reason I recognize these people are shills is because I saw how they just came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, people featuring their work, they're collaborating together. And I'm like, okay, these people haven't acknowledged my work at all. And I've been here for years. And the shit I've been doing is unprecedented. But no, you can't be serious. In 2024, just for the things that he's clueless about, but then sure that the 5G is going to fry us. The people that have made waves in this community and gotten the traction and the big views, it's sad because it really is. It's just a network of shills and agents, and they won't talk about the thing that is definitive proof of what's going on. And this one guy, last time I watched him, he was in the same camp as everybody as Donald Trump was going to win the election for sure in 2020. We'd been saying for over a year before it happened why Joe Biden was sure to become number 46 in tribute to JFK's assassination at age 46. And now all these things to just further prove exactly what we said back then is 1,000,000% true. Everything that's just happening in recent days, the way they're lining up everything, what they just did with the finals, where year after year we've shown how scripted sports, scripted news, scripted politics, all through one number, one straight shot. Again, lately it's 78 because it's, again, Donald Trump turning 78 cards in the tarot deck. Joe Biden took office at 78, 78th NBA season. Celtics win it when Joe Biden's Secret Service name is Celtic, and John Havlicek died by the numbers the day Joe Biden announced he's running. I mean, this is the stuff people should be talking about. These same people continue to ignore information like this, just give you word salad, talk nonsense, bring up, eventually they are going to fry us with the 5G. I mean, still doing that shit in 2024. It just drives me nuts, man. It drives me nuts because the thing that drives me nuts is watching these people get a lot better ratings for literally bullshitting the world. It's like, wow, it's like you got to be a bullshitter con man to make it on the tube. You put out the realest, most authentic, unique information that ties it all together undeniably day after day. And you still, if you ask that I guarantee you ask that guy, you ask about gematria, he'll have some quick one-liner about why it's bullshit. And then he'll get back to how the 5G is going to fry us real soon. And people can't tell who the real truth teller is. But again, here's also what I got to say. It wasn't him who brought it up. It was Sam who brought this up. And I'm glad I watched that podcast anyway, because the thing Sam brought up, just looking back into it fits the pattern so perfect for what's been going on all the way up to the present. And again, if something's true, there should be a straight line just all throughout history that just connects it all. And that's what my work does. And again, you don't see ever any real criticism of that. Nobody's drawn a straighter line through it all with more definitive information and showing how it truly does line up. There's a reason the same dates keep recurring that trace back to one powerful secret order, the one that gave us the calendar. The guy I'm talking about right now that's pushing the 5G thing is also pushing the Jews run the world thing because of the Balfour Declaration, where if you learn this code, you see how that Rothschild, whose name on there, died by that same Jesuit 201 code that's all over everything. Same one David Ben-Gurion died by. But yeah, it is true. The Illuminati, founded by a Jewish Jesuit. The Protestant Reformation. Hey, for the guy who drives around in the car talking to himself, who says every member of the founding Jesuit was a Jew, show me where that proof is. The only one I know that was definitively Jewish was Diego Lainez. He's the only founding Jesuit who everyone knows was Jewish, who converted to Catholicism. Some people think some of the others were, including Ignatius of Loyola. It's possible that more were, but I mean, where's the proof? Everyone has the same fake claims online. That's what I noticed. Like all the pro-Zion, everyone who thinks Jews run everything, they all kind of have the same false ideas and faulty logic, and they all go back to the Balfour Declaration. It's like, how about actually learn the number code that the Jesuits put on the language in the calendar, and then look at the date that was put out. November 2nd. What is it about that date? 112 or 211. Why is the Vatican on the opposite date of that? February 11th, the other 211 or 112 date. There's something about that number code that goes back to the Vatican and Catholicism and why the Jesuits operate in 112 countries and why that's another recurring number pattern for them. And then again, I don't know what's wrong with people's minds. If you realize that Kabbalah and the practice of coining numbers, in other words, these are all really old things, and knowledge that the church was surely aware of after the Crusades, where they brought like everything back. And the fact that the Jesuits did give us the calendar and the language goes back to the church, why would you think that this system wouldn't be in place when the same type of stuff keeps happening year after year in the same cycles? I find that, you know what I really think is about human beings? They don't have enough intelligence to come to any definitive conclusions, and they like to stay in the realm of belief because it's just easier. It's just like, the person who looks really great at the gym, they work their ass off. Not everyone gets to look really great at the gym because they're not willing to put in that kind of work. And then at this day and age, you go in the gym, you see the kind of person who's like there because somebody told them to be there, and they don't want to be there because they're like on the treadmill on the lowest setting. They could be, but they're just like looking at their phone and texting. And it's like, just go home. You're just like wasting a treadmill. I bet somebody actually wants to use the thing. Anyway, I feel like that's where humanity is, you know? Just like, oh, it's so easy to go on the lowest setting and text to my friend, and my hour will be up in no time, and I can tell myself that I did a good job today and put a gold star on my chart. That's the thing I get sick of too, also with just the cultural programming, just like the phrase "gold star family." Uh, Again, you guys, like you go to park at Home Depot, you can only park up front if you're in the military. Gold, you get a gold star. Military families are gold star families. Good job, little Johnny. Let me put a gold star on your chart. Welcome to kindergarten. Uh, Again, just in terms of treating us like children, just Donald Trump too. How, like the fact that anyone can really like Donald Trump, just constantly, I'm the best, he's the worst. These guys are over here in this conversation. I said that I had with them in this room one time. They said I was the best and Joe Biden was the worst. I mean, this is literally how Donald Trump talks. Like almost every time he's, it's just like, dude, can this guy just shut the fuck up? In what world are you the best to anyone with a brain? You're somebody who went along with the Baker agenda out of Switzerland, the pandemic that was killing the 90-some-year-olds in the nursing home. So let's lock down the nation and ruin America. The guy said drain the swamp, and I think his first hire was John Bolton, the biggest swamp creature in the history of swamp creatures. Again, who thinks this guy is anything that he claims to be? Really dumb fucking people. People, again, it's just, I'm sorry, just to boil all down what I'm saying is this, people just, I don't, it's hard. I want to say people are not dumb. I don't think they are. It's just like children. If you reach them at the right age when they're young, they might think they're dumb, but then you show them like, no, you're not dumb. You can do this. And then they gain confidence. And all of a sudden they're like a whole new person and they're just like conquering the world. This is why I miss working with kids. I used to be good at that, motivating children and getting them to see that, no, you're not as like people are so hard on themselves. But I feel like that's how humanity is too. It's like we just, we do not use the brains we were given. We are lazy. It's just, it is easier to just be like, well, I don't really want to think about that. I just want to believe that, like, if I believe in Jesus, that everything's going to be good. Like, oh, wow. What a life philosophy. Okay, let's just believe in. Hey, how's that working out right now? Things look pretty good to you? Things looking good? Just believing in Jesus? Maybe we need to be able to actually do something. Oh, you notice that there's some serious corruption with your government. Do you ever think about maybe you need to do something to help stop that? Well, Jesus is my belief system. Jesus is going to come back and solve it someday. Oh, you know what I mean? It's like that's the problem with the world. And the same guy I'm talking about right now, who's pissed on my work in the past, just out of nowhere, arrives on the scene. People just supporting his work out of nowhere. People who've pissed on my work before, out of nowhere for no reason. You know, he's gematria is stupid, but yeah, 5G is gonna fry us. And here we're also wearing a cross on my chest. Look, yeah, I'm a Christian too. See, can't you see my nice silver cross on my chest? And he's an Italian guy too. He's just probably is one of these Jesuit scums. I shouldn't say that. There's plenty of good Italian people that are not, but this guy just, again, just so many shysters in the community that never brought anything that ever helped out with anything. Nothing but word salad and false opinions and back to the same old usual suspects. It's the Jews running the world. Again, you guys, if Jews ran the world, don't you think we'd be on their calendar? Why would we be on the Catholic Church's calendar? How big is the Catholic Church compared to Judaism? Why was Israel created in a clearly Catholic ritual? See, that's why that guy, the guy like that, I wish somebody in the world would be like, here, let's get both of them on at the same time to debate. I'd love to do that. I'd be like, okay, how many, as a Catholic yourself, how many chapters in the Catholic Old Testament? How many more than the Protestant Old Testament? Okay, 145. What's Catholic equal in gematria? 145? So we just instantly just want to say that's bullshit. And we can just connect numbers to anything. And then if he goes, yeah, you say, okay, well, then you got to look. I mean, Israel established on the 14th day of the 5th month, like 145, in light of the calendar coming from the Catholic Church. And he says, yeah, that's bullshit. And you're like, okay, well, here, again, you say all four ciphers are bullshit. You apply numerology. Catholic also equals 46. JFK, the first Catholic president, killed at 46. Joe Biden, the second, elected exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday as number 46, after the death of his son at 46. Infamous verse at the beginning of Genesis 46 is about sacrifice. Sacrifice equals 46. all coincidence? Because again, we used it for over a year to predict why he was going to be number 46, where like you and the rest of the truth community who all talk shit about the work, but then can never hit anything or get a prediction right. You guys all thought Trump was going to win. And then you guys all acted dumbfounded when it looked like the election was stolen with the way they did it, when we were talking about how that was all simulated just like that way before it even happened. So again, that's why I want to debate with people like this, because they've been wrong about history. They're still not aware of these things that we're aware of, which actually show what's going on. You know, that like these guys have see that here go. Let's go back to August 9th. And there's a million examples like this, but August 9th last year, all day spending the time talking about the history of assassinations in 144 and what August 9th has to do with it, the day leaving 144 days left there. Spent all day talking about that. What was the last headline that day? The candidate assassinated in Ecuador. And then you look at Ecuador, and it's even established on the 144th day of the year. And then the guy was killed 63 days from his birthday and born in 63, like JFK in 63, 144 days from meeting with the Pope. You can talk about how Joe Biden just met with the Pope on Trump's birthday 144 days before the election. You know, it's just the same stuff over and over. Jesuit Georgetown simulated the election that Biden would win 144 days before the election. When you listen to these people talk, they'll talk for 2 hours. And what I can say in 1 minute, they don't have that much evidence for anything that they've espoused in the last 2 hours. And that's why I can tell these people got to be cons, because when they talk so much shit about my work, but then it's 2024 and they're still doing the 5G will fry you thing. It's just like, God. I mean, there's no way these people are sincere. And then you're looking at a Catholic guy telling you Jews run the world too, you know? So when Ruth Bader Ginsburg was slaughtered by the code on Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, and replaced by the Catholic in a straight up Society of Jesus tribute, I'm sure that was more proof that the Jesuits don't have to do with anything and Jews run the world. Then they sync up the overturning of Roe versus Wade perfectly with that, because she changed the power of the court in another massive Jesuit ritual. I'm sure that's just another coincidence. We showed how all these things were synced up with the Pope and Superior General. What Jews were these things synced up with? By the way, I started to look more into the Order of Assassins. I started looking at this years ago and then got away from it for some reason. But the Order of Assassins is another 201 thing. Just like Order of Assassins is 201, Order of Illuminati is 201, the Jesuit Order is 201. The Order of Assassins was founded by Hassani Saba. And isn't it interesting that his name is 85? And they say to the West, to people in the West, he was known as Old Man of the Mountain, which is also 85. And remember, Templars 85, Crucify's 85, Christ is 85. The words in the Jesuit logo that has the Templar cross, or the letters in the Jesuit logo are IHS for Jesus Hominum Salvator. That phrase does equal 85 as well. The war in Israel just began October 7th, the day leaving 85 days left in the year, the day we invaded Afghanistan after 9/11, and Bush referred to it as a crusade, which are raised by the Templars, that again equals 85. But that show Nightfall, by the way, the lead actor in Nightfall, who they get to play the main Templar for the show, that guy's born in 85. And again, HBO used him in the series about Remember the 5th of November, where he plays Guy Fawkes. You know, the man who's at the center of the Jesuit plot who tried to blow up British Parliament. But in the HBO series, it's the Jesuits who are trying to stop November 5th, or it's a Jesuit priest who's trying to stop it, which is a little bit of a revisionist history from the Jesuit-run network. But yeah, I was just saying in the show Nightfall that they introduced the Order of Assassins in that as well, which is interesting. So they kind of have they have a very interesting alliance. They have like a violent alliance with each other and against each other. Yeah, I'm just thinking about the supposed deadly attack at the concert that was moved its location to an earlier time in the morning, 282 days after Netanyahu came back, when Benjamin Netanyahu's 282. And again, the day he came back, we put out the video. why there'd be a big war ritual paying tribute to the synagogue of Satan with Israel in 2023, and why likely around Yale's 322nd birthday, which was October 9th. Again, the war began October 7th. Israel declared war the next day, October 8th. Yale turned 322 years old the very next day, October 9th. And of course, 322 goes with Skull and Bones. The powerful secret society. Bush was in office back on October 7th, 2021, when we invaded Afghanistan. Now they call this Israel's 9/11. Again, just and it goes back to Ehud Barak, the leader of Israel, going on TV the day of 9/11 and telling the U.S. to declare a war on terrorism and to go into Afghanistan and Iraq. I mean, we did exactly what he said to do that day. And you look at it. State of Israel, 201. The Jesuit Order, 201. The Twin Towers became 0 towers before they became One World Trade Center. That's 201. The whole thing with Timothy McVeigh put to death. Mr. 201, who had the big 201 bombing in Oklahoma City. After Joe Biden. Remember, Joe Biden. He had the nation's first counterterrorism legislation passed on Governor Keating's birthday, 68 days before 9/11, when Timothy McVeigh was born in 68, and the whole plan went into motion for 9/11 in 68. And we've talked about how Joe Biden took office as a senator 201 years after Art of War was published. And now in the time of his presidency, you have this massive 201 ritual begin with the Russia-Ukraine war, where Biden and Putin met on Pearl Harbor Day, 201 days after the first ever Jesuit Nation year began, only for the war to begin shortly after in the Donbass region, 201. And then Netanyahu in his war, Netanyahu leaves June 13th, the day leaving 201 days left in the year, comes back on 12/29, the 201st prime. Something else I need to look into. I heard Sam mention that they were considering moving Israel to Texas back in this time as well. And I knew that they were considering moving to Israel to all different kinds of places, including Ethiopia. I don't think I had ever heard before that Texas was a place, but that's interesting because Texas is the Lone Star State. Netanyahu did come back on Texas's birthday, December 29th. And then again, his name, 282, and 282 days later, the war begins. So yeah, the Nazi Party came into power on January 30th. 130, Nazi Party 130, right? And what Sam was talking about is this Haavara agreement. Again, we touched on this at the beginning. Haavara agreement between the German Nazis and the German Jews about sending 60,000 Jews to Palestine to start a Jewish state in 1933, the year that Hitler came to power. And this is the year of the Jewish boycott. A lot of different things went down that year. Old 33. And think about what was going on in the United States. People are getting drunk, right? America's going into alcohol amnesia. But from the day that Hitler came into power to the day of that agreement between the Nazis and the Jews, 207 days, which, as we know, is the big number with the Jesuit priest who wrote Art of War. And here, to go back to the 10-4 alerts in Russia and the U.S., the Reuters article published at 2:07 a.m. with emphasis on the words "attention, remain calm," which is 2:07. Hunt for Red October. This was in October, right? This movie that has to do with the Cold War and the nuclear threat between the U.S. and Russia. CIA agent Jack Ryan in that movie, Jesuit educated. Hunt for Red October, 2:07. The Jesuit priest who wrote Art of War, Jean-Joseph Marie Amiot, supposedly translated from Sun Tzu. Remember, there's no historical record of a Sun Tzu, but the Jesuit logo is the sun. But yeah, we were pointing out all these 207s. This post is from October 4th. The New World Order, the number of the beast. October 7th is words equals 207. Vladimir Putin's birthday, as we were saying. Foreshadowing terrorist attack. So this ends up being what happens right on October 7th on Putin's birthday. And even Trump uttering the phrases about the coming storm. And remember, the war began on what became Putin's 71st birthday, 71 days before the Pope's birthday. Catholic equals 71. Babylon, 71. The Whore of Babylon, 71. Talmud, 71. Again, the Catholic-Jewish alliance part. The Society of Jesus, 71. On Putin's 71st birthday, 71 days before the Pope's birthday. Again, Israel created in this Catholic ritual once upon a time, more Catholic ritualism as a massive war, and greater rumors of a World War III begin. Like we talked about when Netanyahu came back, he came back on Albert Pike's birthday, who has the letter published about the three world wars, which now people try to say is a fraud. But if you look at the publishing date for that letter, it's August 15th, 1871. August 15th is the Jesuit order's birthday, day the first Weather Warfare Act was agreed to, or not agreed to, but day of the first Weather Warfare Act in 1952. More recently, the day Afghanistan's government collapsed on, and the sick Jesuit joke, it was their 487th birthday, the 93rd prime, when Afghanistan's the plus 93 international dialing code. Trump's brother died the other year on August 15th. And yeah, when Putin did that ritual with Tucker Carlson, it had the Jesuit numbers all over it. Tucker Carlson went to Trinity, and again, Putin began by talking about the history of the Catholic Church and how that was the root of everything going on. And they started that war in Russia, Ukraine, again on February 24th, the anniversary of the Jesuits implementing the Gregorian calendar. It's like a new calendar year in a way from the anniversary of it when it first went into motion. So yeah, that blew me away. And it makes too much sense. Again, the Nazis are modeled after the Jesuits. Look at this. Look at this article from last year, September 16th. This was the same day RFK Jr. had his assassination scare in LA where his dad died, and it's now the birthday of his VP. The girl went to Santa Clara, also a Jesuit. Let's see. The New York Times last year on September 16th published this article about how it was found in the Vatican archives. Oh, my search is so bad. Here it is. Okay, so the New York Times published this last year. Wartime Pope Pius VII knew details about the Nazi attempt to exterminate Jews in the Holocaust as early as 42. Remember, Jesuit equals 42, like World War, like war. According to a letter found in the Vatican archives that conflict with the Holy See's official position at the time that the information it had was vague and unverified. The yellowed typewritten letter reproduced in Italy's Corriere della Sera on Sunday, probably said that wrong, is highly significant because it was discovered by an in-house Vatican archivist and made public with the encouragement of Holy See officials. The letter dated December 14th, a fateful day in history, 1942, was written by Father Lothar Koenig, a Jesuit who was in the anti-Nazi resistance in Germany, got to control both sides, and addressed to the Pope's personal secretary at the Vatican, Father Robert Lieber, also a German. And again, with regards to controlling all sides, look at our political party. Do you want Jesuit-educated Biden or Jesuit-educated Trump? Or if Biden can't go, they got Jesuit-educated Gavin Newsom ready for you, Jesuit-educated RFK Jr. You'd think almost every damn university in this nation was Jesuit, but there's only 27 of them. Again, every face of the pandemic just happened to be a Jesuit, and it was Jesuit Klaus Schwab at the World Economic Forum who put on the simulation. And then the only guy whose face wasn't Jesuit educated was Bill Gates, but then he's married into Melinda from a family of Jesuit priests, and she just happens to have that August 15th birthday, and their marriage just happened to be perfectly synced with all of it, like I wrote about in my book, saying it looked like it was an arranged marriage planned for 2020, only for them to get divorced right after the whole thing gets underway. It was all symbolic. Then his poor dad, again, his dad died about a month after you could finally get the book in stores. And the same pattern I wrote about with Bill Gates in 258, all of a sudden his dad's dead on the 258th day of the year, about a month after you could have got my first book. Or not my first, but my last book, Number Games. But yeah, just Jesuit priest, right? I mean, it was a Jesuit priest who had the intel and again, they're an intelligence network, you guys. That's why the CIA was established in a big Jesuit ritual on the 201st day of the Pope's age, and why their motto equals 201, like the words in their logo. It's just annoying to just see people that are just getting views, that are just talking bullshit and don't know what they're talking about and don't have any information to back up their points, and just a whole bunch of nonsense and illogical thoughts thrown together. I don't understand. It just kills me that just like people whose research is so subpar with almost nothing behind it. It's paper thin all the time. That's why their predictions are constantly wrong. It's always needless fear mongering. Like, pretty soon they're going to fry us with the 5G. It's not even something you need to be thinking about. You need to be thinking about what happens if you just don't get rid of this damn federal government that's nothing but a plague and this big, massive lying machine. People, I do understand that if the federal government went down, it would probably open up a whole bunch of new problems. But here's what it is. Actually, you know what? Here's what it is. Go listen to, search on YouTube as soon as I'm done with the stream. Watch the opening words of JFK at the 1960, the first ever televised debate. You don't even have to listen for 2 minutes. He's talking about how America can go into a deeper path of slavery. He's talking about how we're already a nation of slaves in 1960. See, that's the thing. That's what we are, you guys. That's the way I see it. Yeah, things could get a lot worse if we overthrew this tyrannical government that in a lot of ways we benefit from compared to the rest of the people of the world, but we benefit at the expense of others and the evil that's done in our government's name. I feel like it's cowardly to just go along and not stand up against this tyrannical force that rules over us and it makes us pay for it. Yeah, they might have figured out a way to turn us into slaves and cash and tax cattle, but they've also figured out a way to keep us just happy enough to stay in the pen. We like the slop they feed us. We like the entertainment. For some of us, I mean, as I say that, that's not the way I feel. You know, I've never felt like this world is good enough and these lies are acceptable enough because all of this is still comfortable enough in my life. I just feel that it's so sick to go along with this kind of evil. And again, I mean, you see the headlines. Another needless war in Israel, Gaza has netted at least 40,000 dead. I mean, imagine if on October 7th, everybody'd come out and did what I did, dedicated 8 hours of their day to put out nothing but knowledge and information and facts and pointing back to the video that we made a year earlier, nearly predicting it to the day. And again, if the government knew that all of its people were up on what was going on and were informed and were seeing through it with laser vision, they'd be forced to stop because then they know the game would eventually break. If everyone sees the lie, then they're motivated to do something about it. Anyway, I'm tired of saying the same things over and over. And that's part of the problem with saying the same thing over and over. It's just like, it feels defeating in a way to see it for what it is for so long and just watch things get worse and watch continuous shills just come out of the woodwork and push more bullshit and make fun of work that actually makes sense. And then people are too dumb to see what's real because they're like, well, I actually like that guy because he believes in Jesus like me. Maybe the 5G is going to fry us. It's too easy to fleece the herd. And if you don't want to be part of the fleecing and you just want to stand as an individual and know where you're going to, probably is like, Zach, you saying things like that's going to lose support. Yeah, I trust me. I'm aware when I say things that'll likely lose support, but I mean, sometimes I do say things that maybe aren't the smartest thing to say, but the things I say, most of the time it is because I mean it. And it might not be the nicest thing, but it's also oftentimes it is true. There is something severely wrong with this populace. They choose to be dumb. People probably aren't as dumb as I make them out to be, but they choose to be as dumb as I make them out to be. A lot of people actively choose to be ignorant and stupid because it's easier. And it's only easier until it's too late and they're on to the next phase of the game. And you're like the people in World War II or either of the world wars who didn't hear the warnings about what could come. And then it did come, and then life wasn't what you thought it was. You lost everything you had, if not your own life. Don't forget, they took down those Georgia Guidestones in a 201 ritual 201 days after the Pope's birthday. And the same types of people who were pushing the 5G is going to fry you were the same people who were pushing that day that it was a win for humanity. Like the white hats were fighting the New World Order. It's like, looks like they're actually getting rid of their world domination plans and not making it so obvious in plain sight as we get more into the agenda. Again, there's been a lot of death lately with fentanyl and opioids in general, especially fentanyl, and just a lot of elderly people with the supposed pandemic. But it really did feel it was a lot more about the protocols that people had to experience from the pandemic that did them in. The breathing machines that seemed to expire a lot of people. And somebody pointed out that they were in a hospital and all the breathing machines had a 201 right on the side of them. We were looking at that like back in 2021. Like, wow, that's crazy. The hospital's breathing machines have 201 just right on them. The brand or the model, whatever it was. Big old 201. Again, The Population Bomb, the book in 1968 about the need to depopulate, 201 pages. Georgia Guidestones about population control, 201 days after the Pope's birthday. Caitlyn Jenner, 201. Where does pushing transgender fit in with, again, we've had people adamant about getting money to young people who want to change their gender. Bruce Jenner, gender, young and impressionable, doing things to piss off the parents because it's the cool, trendy thing to do, going along with what MTV's hyping. Yeah, how many people will get a irreversible surgery early in life that they highly regret down the road? And so that's the crazy thing too. CNN sometimes will post stories about how transgenders have some of the highest rates of suicide. So it's like, why encourage a behavior then that has some of the highest rates of suicide? It only starts to make sense when you all look at it within the lens of population control. It's like, God, everything they're doing is population control. Get rid of a lot of the older people that suck up the Social Security, some young people with them. Make it so it's cool to be in a relationship with the same sex. You're definitely not going to be having any kids. Addicts everywhere overdosing. It's crazy how everything goes back to that 1968 year. It goes back before that even, but just 68 was the year of years. Fentanyl, COVID, 9/11, Bush Jr., 2001: A Space Odyssey about technology overtaking man. I know CNN, one of their top headlines this morning is about how this toy is a gold mine for criminals. In a way, it's kind of interesting to promote that as a story. It also kind of ties in with the story out of New York with the teenager who got shot with the toy gun, shot and killed by police. Thank you, Aiden. I appreciate the five. Very generous of you. Shout out to Rest in Gematria, member for 2 more months. Appreciate that. And chipped in another 2. Thank you times 2. Rick James, been a member for 16 months. Thank you for that, Rick James. I think you're the record in that category. When did we start the membership? It was probably around that. I only had it for so long. I think you did it right away. So it's probably how long we've had the option. Rest in Gematria says, Zach, my daughter was born November 9th, 2006. I think you said your daughter might be. That's the expectation date. But they say it's very rare that it lands on the date. But that's the date they gave. So that'd be something if it was the exact same day. So your daughter will turn 18 that day. The meaning of life, they say. Okay, very cool. Well, that means you donated 3 times. But yeah, that's the date they gave her for the expectation, November 9th. So we'll see. Okay, let me put my eyes on the chat real quick. Yeah, yeah, I know addiction. I mean, they've created a society that leads people to needless addictions. Marketing junk food from a young age. Sugar is clearly addictive to a lot of people. That's why they constantly need candy and sweets. And yeah, again, the most profitable part of every grocery store is the pharmacy, and that's from developing all the needless disease and illness from the highly processed food. Again, a grocery store, usually the smallest section is the produce area. Well, maybe not the very smallest area, but it's a lot smaller than all the processed foods. All the shelves and shelves of processed food is huge in every grocery store compared to the produce. So, something dawned on me. I was in the major grocery store this weekend, and just one whole row of freezers, the entire row, the entire length is all ice cream products. It kind of I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Maybe it's always that way, but for whatever reason, this time it stood out to me. I was like, God, this entire long section of freezer is nothing but ice cream products. And in a way, it's just yeah, ice cream tastes good. Obviously, that's why it is a whole section. But it's a food of the times that, in a way, really doesn't need to exist. And people's health would probably be a lot better off for it if we didn't have ice cream. Ice creams, so much of this junk processed food, and that's why the government. That's what I was saying, to you guys, when they were declaring the pandemic. I was like, really? Oh, our government cares so much about our health that they're going to end our way of life and people's businesses because some people died in a nursing home. Again, if you guys weren't here in the beginning, these are the things I kept repeating over and over. I said, where does our government care about our health? They subsidize junk food. The most subsidized food products by our government are sugar and corn syrup. I mean, and corn syrup's terrible. It's like outlawed in most of Europe. It's just our government subsidizes. If they wanted people to get healthy, they'd be subsidizing high quality produce, high quality meat, high quality eggs. That's what they'd be subsidizing. So people could eat like their ancestors. But nope, they subsidize war. They subsidize all kinds of bad things, really. They subsidize Walmarts. They definitely subsidize Walmarts. They'll build the Walmart store. Cabela's, you guys, that's another store that exploits the federal government. They put that little Cabela's. What they do is they put a little display in the beginning of the store, and it counts as a museum. So then they get museum funding from the government to build their stores. Yeah, look that up. All these little cheap tactics. It's like, come on, man. Who thinks of a Cabela's as a museum? Walmart's got their tactics, but and what's Walmart doing? Just selling made in China. So yeah. Anyway, getting off on tangents, but all right, since you got an 18-year-old daughter, save your tips, Rest in Gematria. I appreciate your generosity, but that was nearly a year's worth to give. I always say, like, if everyone would just pledge $1 a month, we'd be good to go. I might as well just stop saying that because I don't think it ever meets anybody's ears who hears the message. But not really. There are plenty of you guys who support $1. Thank you very much. There really should be a lot more. Like I said, when the little one comes, I'll have even more reason to fight for a better future. But yeah, if time is, we'll see how much time I have. I'll never go away, but it might just be one of those life events that makes you find a different path. And who knows, maybe it'll become a better thing. Sometimes I wonder if I just focused all my energy and time into churning out books. I've been in a long rut, unable to finish my projects, but when I put my mind to it, I can churn out a pretty good book pretty fast. I mean, Number Games is 400 pages, and I got that thing out in a few months' time while keeping up with all the crap in the world. It's just that book not doing better than it did also was like a major gut punch too. That book could have changed the world. Imagine had everybody read that book. I've been like, everyone would have known that they're going to wind down their bullshit pandemic as soon as the year of the tiger came around, just like the book said. Exactly what they did. And it was laughable. It was laughable, you guys. As soon as the year of the tiger hit, just like Boris Johnson all of a sudden was like, the pandemic's over. It's like, what the hell? It's the middle of winter. It's like flu season. You mean to tell me they've been locking shit down in the summer and now in the middle of flu season, they're just going to tell you out of nowhere it's just over? You guys, again, you pay attention to things the way we pay attention to things. You're on top of things like we're on top of things. Again, it was all tiger symbolism everywhere at the beginning of the pandemic. In Jewish gematria, tigers 201. We said it just makes too much sense. As soon as the year of the tiger comes, just watch. Boris Johnson couldn't have made it any more obvious. I would have thought it would have been a little bit more, honestly, I would have thought it would have been a little more in the springtime when things are warming up. But no, it was like as soon as it came in the middle of winter when everyone's getting sick, he's like, pandemic over. It's like what world do we live in? No, people don't just wonder about this right now. It's like this is when people normally get sick. Oh my God, it couldn't be any more obvious how bullshit it is. And that's the thing too, is that people argue this day that it wasn't bullshit. My grandfather died. It's like, well, didn't people's grandfathers always die? There were bad flu seasons that took out more people that were elderly many times in the past. Everyone's saying the pandemic was real because their grandparents died. It's like, pretty sure grandparents have always been dying. I mean, my grandma died in 2019 before the pandemic. And I'm glad she died before it came because she just knew something really stupid was coming in the world. It would have just stressed her out to see it. She would have known it was bullshit too. She knew the TV was nothing but bullshit. I didn't even do a call-in number. That's interesting about Michelle. Again, Michelle Obama's mother died, and then the news came right after that about the first female president in Mexico, who's a Jewish woman, which is interesting. In very Catholic Mexico, the first woman president is Jewish. Interesting. Yeah, we got a little one coming in November, indeed. There's no new number, Michael. Well, there is a number for the call board when it's up, but I don't have it up right now. The other number we still have. Thank you, Simmons. I see your shout out to Simmons. Thank you very much, Chris Cooper, as well. I see your guys' cash apps. Very nice. Thank you. Michael, if you were trying to call in, I'll open up the number for you. It's that same 509 number if you wanted to call in and say something. I just made sure the line's open. So if you're trying to share something with us, the 509 number is a Charm One knows the number. Thanks, Charm One. Harold says you are enlightening a lot of people. Well, I appreciate that, Harold. It's frustrating though because this channel used to get good views, and ever since Kobe died, we can't get any views. What's up, Michael?
Hey, how's it going, Zach? Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right. What's up?
No, not much. I was just calling. I haven't called in a while. I was just things are going. I haven't, been pretty busy here, and we're actually in the process of moving here. So that's why I haven't really been tuning in much because I've been so busy.
Is your wife doing better?
Yeah, she's hanging in there. She might have to go in and get another surgery done, but she's a trooper. She's a fighter. I'm helping her any way I can. So
that's good. Well, I'm glad she's doing better.
So everything's just been kind of crazy, but I've been kind of holding it down. So
indeed.
But yeah. Well, when are you planning payment soon, or are you like? I don't know you got stuff going on, but
I need to pound payment. It's just frustrating. It's like literally every time I go out and pound payment, it's like financial support always seems to take a massive hit, even if it's just a trip to Seattle. So it's just like I don't know how it works. I feel like it's the powers that be.
Yeah. Yep.
So
I agree.
Yeah, it just hurts because anytime I try and go out and do the right thing, it's like I get a bigger kick in the nuts. So
yeah, I hear that. hear that, because when I go out and I try to, like, you know, I try to, like, you know, I tell my friends, I still get the, you know, the cold shoulder, and, you know, I'm telling everybody about this stuff, and it's just like, it's like falling deaf ears, you know. I don't know. It's just like they're in a coma, and they don't want to get out of it. You know what I mean? So
yeah, or in a spell. It's a trance.
Yeah, but that was good hearing from you again, Zach. I just figured I'd call in. It's been a minute, so.
All right. Well, I'm glad your family's doing better, Michael. Stay strong.
Thank you, Zach. Have a good one.
All right. Take care. Okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, shout out to Michael. He came out and pounded pavement with us in Buffalo. We were in Buffalo. It must have been September 10th, or no, it was September 9th. Because then from September 9th, that evening, to September 10th, we were driving down to New York City, and then it was like no sleep till Brooklyn. Then just had to get up and start pounding pavement right away all day, and then out all night, and then pound pavement all day September 11th. And that was after driving all the way across the nation. And then it's like after busting your ass across the whole nation, hitting all these cities. We did good work on the road, no doubt about it. We had some great moments, but again, when I got back, this financial support was cut in half. It's like, how's this work? You do this, and then all of a sudden you have no financial support left. What's up, 470?
Hey, Zach. This is Christopher Cooper again. We talked a while back, but I want to call and say congratulations on your baby and everything, man.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I also wanted to just share, man, because yesterday was a really tough day for me, and I was trying to explain to my mom about just in general how society is in America exposed to, you know, so much toxicity and so much negativity. And I know I haven't been like around the world yet, but I'm pretty sure like different like countries, like, you know, maybe the United Kingdom and different places, probably like in India, Italy, and maybe even Japan or China. Like just the culture, I feel like is a lot better and a lot more positive. And it just sucks that like everything is so like restricted. Like you have to have a passport, you got to have a visa, like everything, like it costs so much to even just want to travel and like, you know, visit different places and try to open your mind to different things and stuff. And I was trying to express to her the same type of thing, and like kind of like trying to open her eyes into like the things that are going on in America, and how like, you know, inflation is up the ass, and it doesn't matter who you vote for and stuff like that, because, you know, voting was just happening or still going on. It's coming up, the city council and stuff like that. I think that's already passed, but like just the election coming up in November and stuff. And I was just trying to like inform her on about just the overall like negativity, and just it doesn't matter who you vote in, because like you said, like you're choosing from, you know, a side of evils, like two different evils. They're both Jesuits. They're both, you know, playing along in the game. They're both the opposition, no matter who's, you know, wearing this color tie or that color tie. So, you know, I was expressing that to her, man. It's just, you know, it's I feel like it's hard to even get, you know, across to her. And, you know, I love her, you know, because I don't have a wife, I don't have kids or anything like that. So I try to like, you know, inform her so then, you know, she can be less stressed, and she can kind of let a lot of this stuff go, a lot of this, you know, materialistic shit go, and not be so overwhelmed by, you know, the car insurance or the house insurance going up, or, you know, stuff like this, just so she can realize that, you know, we can try our best to just maintain what we can, and then let everything else go to the side, and try to inform her and educate her involving, you know, what you teach and what you've taught me about just, you know, trying to get the information out so people can realize what's going on and not keep falling into the same traps of, you know, oh, if I just spoke this person in, or I spoke that person in, and that's what makes me want to try to escape, in a sense, of just leave this country and just try to go somewhere else. But I know even if I do, there's other countries that have their own problems, and whatever happens in America or in Russia or all these wars, it can still indirectly affect the country that I'm staying in. So it's just I tried to talk to her about that yesterday, and they got pretty heated, and I just
give me an example. What was the topic you were trying to introduce to her, or what was the discussion about?
The discussion was just about how, especially because she's religious, and I try not to add that part to it, but it eventually gets to that part. But we were just talking about how family is, and how everyone in her generation and later on didn't have the internet like we do now. Like my generation and the millennials when they were coming up. So I was trying to explain to her that a lot of this information that is at our fingertips, you can look it up. A lot of the things that you have questions about, you can look it up. You don't have to feel like all is lost, or I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing, or I'm just gonna keep praying and stuff like that. When there's evidence out there that shows you what the truth is, all you have to do is be willing to look up stuff and try your best to see what it, comprehension. Like I told her, you're a very intelligent person. You will be able to do this if you put your mind to it. And because, like I said, she was just stressing about, she's been talking and, in my opinion, nagging about, oh, I can't pay this, or this is going wrong, or, this and that. And I'm, trying to, of course, kind of soothe her, calm her down. But at the same time, try to give her some, advice. So then she's open-minded to the things that you've taught and, what I've been learning and what I've been researching and stuff like that. So then she could have a better, understanding how things are going and how we need to stick together and try our best to just go against the system, in a sense. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. A lot of times older people are set in their ways, especially when it comes to religion. So that's a tough one.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I realized. It's because my family, majority of my family are very, very stuck in their ways and very religious. And I can't really get along with them because I know that people, especially religious people, are the biggest hypocrites ever, the biggest. And I feel like where I've gotten to my life is I can accept all my flaws and I accept who I am as a person, right? So I don't need, like you said, I don't need to pray to a person that existed on this earth that was crucified by technically his own people, by the Jews, and and them giving them to the Romans, and the Romans crucifying them. Yes, I believe he existed. Yes, he was here on this earth to do something positive and to help society at that time to prosper, and not us to keep fighting and killing each other and stuff like that, and doing sacrifices and stuff. So I get that, but my family is just so indoctrinated to worshiping that specific person and not listening to the actual and not abiding by the actual message. You know what I'm saying?
That's almost everybody is. That's almost everybody is. That's why you just see that's the way it works. It's go back to 2008. I mean, everyone voted Democrat because they wanted the wars to end, and then the Democrats had every branch of government and escalated the wars. Did it really change the way people voted in the next election, even though they got totally sold out? No, they just still stuck with their political parties for the most part and just voted for them anyway. And that's how people are. It's they've decided on a group and they don't change, and they go through probably life from the time they're 18 years old until they're 80 years old, if they live that long, just doing the same shit and believing the same shit and not learning anything new and just staying stuck in their ways. That's what you see over and over in humanity, and that's why you realize how the indoctrination system works. Again, we're all going to the state school. We're learning to think the way the state wants us to think. And then most people are just marching along to the state's agenda. And then when you realize what's behind the state is the church, and you see that the foundation of most people's thinking is really believing, and just believing in authority. It really does start as a child in the church, and then you learn to respect the authority in school, or you might learn not to, and then you might end up in the principal's office a lot. But that's how it is, and you just see everyone's just kind of going along with authority, and then as an adult, you're given to choose this red authority over here, the Republicans, or this blue authority over here. You can go to this Catholic church or this Protestant church. But yeah, everyone just thinks they've made the right decision, just stays in their lane, and it sucks because a democracy is supposed to be based on information, and like nobody's even looking at information outside of the media that lies to them all day. So, and even these churches too. It's like the church is getting on board with the politics. I mean, why didn't more religious leaders object to what they did in the time of the lockdowns with COVID? I mean, that was another major violation of the Constitution, not letting people go to their buildings of worship. But anyway, when you debate with people or try to enlighten them, you got to work in easier spots, not start in a hard one like religion, because right away you're like going up against the greatest challenge. Like if it was a game, that might be like level 100 of the game. You should have started on level 1.
Oh yeah, and I did, and I did not start on that level. It was starting off like just a family matter, just how family can be, and I just was like, I don't like to be around certain people in my family because of me being raised as a Christian, and then also looking at the people in the church and seeing how hypocritical they can be, and then also like the things that I like to enjoy, the things that I find interesting. Majority of them have done it when they were younger, but because they feel like they found God or whatever, they want to turn self-righteous, and then they want to bash the youth, and in my case, bash me and make me feel like I'm some type of heathen, or I'm gonna go to hell or something like that. Like that fear, that fear porn that they spew out everywhere. So it was just that I was just talking about, like, because she asked me, she was like, why don't you go to certain family events and stuff like that anymore? And I was like trying to talk to her about it, and and then gradually it did go into the whole religious thing, because I talked to her and I told her, like, it's because you raised me as a Baptist in the Christian church, and I was exposed to all this stuff, and that had me wondering, like, why. Like, I just felt like I was not truly accepted. My voice didn't really matter. And then when I started doing the things that I liked, and people were like, oh man, what's wrong with Chris, or blah 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 blah, I keep getting criticism regardless of what I do. So I just said, fuck it. I'm just going to do my own thing. And, I just feel like people have such a tendency to always want to project what they feel like a person should do in their life. And those opinions can actually ruin your life. Because I had to realize, like, majority of the things that you want to do in your life, you have to do them from your intuition, like your inner self that's telling you to do it, whatever career and stuff like that you want to do, and not have to always listen to other people's opinions, especially when it's like they haven't done anything in their lives, or they haven't achieved what you want to achieve. Like, I had to realize that. And I feel like a lot of people don't do that. And my mom's a perfect, example, because the situations that she's in, she was listening to other people, while growing up, instead of like following her, dreams and wanting to stay focused and stuff like that, and motivated to, accomplish them. So now she's in a part of her life where she has always leaned, and as now, like, she's leaning more towards the faith than ever. And, I'm just trying to help her realize that there's other ways that she can, try to, get in a better, financial place or stuff like that, instead of just, praying and then going out gambling, wasting her money on damn lottery tickets or some shit like that. Just, just stuff like that. I just feel like because she's the only woman in my life, and I just want to make sure that she's taken care of. So it comes from a place of, caring and loving, but then it also gets frustrating because it's like, what's the point? Because like you said, she's like, you can be stuck in their ways and they don't want to listen, and, and so, but yeah, basically just wanted to share that. And the topics that you were talking about today, it really, makes sense, with like these shootings and stuff like that. And it's just constant negativity. And it just causes everybody else to just feel negative And it's just so sick. And I mean, that's why I wanted to send you the money and just try to help out as much as I can. Because, you know, I want to be like you. I want to try to help get people to understand the way that we're going, the road that we're going, and try to, you know, make it better for next generations to come. You know, I might not be able to see it, you know, you might not be able to see it, you know, the change, but if it's like 2-3 generations from now.
Well, hold on. It's not just that. Here's what's certain to happen if there's not an uprising from the people. Things are certain to get a lot worse than they already are. It's guaranteed that they'll get a lot worse if people don't do something, because first of all, you see the direction of things. And second of all, it's just like, look at all of the statistics that matter for quality of life. Because of the national debt situation, every year it jumps by a huge percentage, the amount of tax money that just goes to paying for interest on the debt. If that continues to happen, just in terms of what you pay into your government for taxes, if none of it's going towards like maintaining the quality of the country, that means things are falling apart, and just everything's going to financing or paying for debt from projects that have just built up over decades. So that's one way to look at it from just a financial point. But then the second point of view is just look at the way disease and illness is with everybody. Every like meaningful disease and illness is climbing and climbing and climbing, and the government's putting out stats about how much it's going to be, how much worse will be by 2030 and 2040 at the rate we're going. Where is any sign that any of this is anywhere near changing? It's just like, again, all of the indicators for society are very bad, and that's what we need to wake up to. I mean, if humanity doesn't take control of the situation and stop the system that's in place, the only thing that's guaranteed is a much worse future for everyone, especially younger people. So anyway, man, I really do appreciate the generosity, and go ahead and you're welcome to finish your thought.
Oh yeah, definitely. And that's what I was, you know, talking to her about too, as well. Just like, I read this quote. I forgot where it was at, but it had a picture, and it said like, you know, it said then, and it had this is what would happen if the government tried to increase the tax by 2%, and you just saw, you know, people, you know, is combat, you know, people trying to, you know, people just at war, killing each other. And then it showed now, and it said, now the government has the taxes up to like 40, 50% that you're paying out of your pocket. Because even when you work a job and you know, get your salary, that it's already been taxed, and then you spend it on anything else, and it's being taxed as well. And it has people in the image on their cell phones, you know, talking, watching YouTube videos. Like, people are just completely like, they don't care. So when I saw that picture of like the contrast of then and now, it's like that's a perfect reason why we are at where we are. We lost that fight. You know what I'm saying? We lost that fight to be like, okay, well, we don't want the taxes to increase, so we're going to show you the reasons why. Like, you know, it's either you see that the government falls in line with what the people want, or it's going to be a problem. And I've just realized that the government has convinced the people that everything is perfectly okay. They pacified us with, like, you know, gadgets and toys and you know, our sports teams and all this other stuff, where they're constantly changing, you know, laws and passing bills into law as well to slowly but surely constrict us even more. And people just, you know, oh, well, I mean, what if we just vote this person in or vote that person in? Not knowing that majority of these people are already in their own like societies and their own brotherhoods and stuff like that, and they're only there to sell you the illusion that you have a choice. So it's just like, I try to explain that, you know, a little bit to my mom, just to try to ease her down. I don't talk too much about it, but, you know, try to explain that to her, and it just gets very you know, exhausting. And then most of the time I just be quiet and just allow her to just be how she is, you know. But I've had, you know, from friends in the past that have been curious about these topics and stuff, and I try to explain that as well to them. But they still have their shields on, their, you know, eyes closed to certain things, because it's just certain topics are just too sensitive for them to, you know, want to talk about, or even think about. So, but I will say, like, just overall for me, like, just me understanding all this has definitely made me a loner. And, like, I just try to, I like being by myself a lot more, introvert. So, and I feel like a lot of people are like that when you do realize what's going on and want to try to help other people, you're just going to get that backlash. But, hey, it's fine. But, yeah, I just want to come on and share a little bit of what has been going on recently with me and, how it's just, how everything's going on in the world and it's impacting everyone. And it's just unfortunate that we've gotten this far. We've gotten this lost as a people. We've let the government, take control of all of our lives when it was actually the whole reason was to be for the people. We had the voice. We dictate how things go, but that's far that's far away now. So, but yeah, that's what I wanted to leave with.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Right, you too. 315.
Yeah, hello?
Hello.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to talk about that Utica shooting for the Burmese boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know how it said it happened at 10:18?
Right.
10 plus 18 is 28, like kill.
Okay. It's also like
Yeah,
the verse
that
in the
means-
Bible about Satan coming to earth, Luke 10:18.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I seen like so much like about it, like it was just crazy, and because that's where I'm from, and what I'm trying to wonder is like, how did this like happen? Like, is this like something that they planned it out way in advance or something like that? Because I don't know if like I feel like the family is innocent and the kid is innocent, so I'm just trying to know like how his name like equals 38, just like murder and all that stuff. Like I'm just really like shocked right now,
Again, I don't have all the answers to the questions, but like I said, it's interesting how how the article's coded, how they have to start with the word kin, and kin has that gematria 16, and it's 16 years since the U.S. started accepting Burmese refugees, and now you have this national story about a young Burmese teenager, being killed by the police because he had a pellet gun. It's hard to say how they work it out. There's a number of ways, but I don't have the answer to it. So.
Yeah, and also when I was watching the news, the first thing that they showed was the police vehicle number 44.
Yeah, it just same familiar numbers over and over. So I was pointing out earlier that it's exactly 100, or not exactly, but it's 177 weeks and days after the military overthrew the government, and 177 is a big Jesuit / New World Order number. And again, it was a big New World Order ritual when that happened, with even the death of Captain Tom of the Burmese campaign dropping dead the next day. So,
wow, yeah. I try to tell the people in my city about this. I was trying to explain it to one of my friends. Was saying I'm crazy. I don't know, because I was putting into the calculator like a whole bunch of things, like the like the mayor of the city, how his name like is 69, just like fatal shooting is 69 as well. Yeah. So it's I'm trying to get into this gematria stuff, so I was kind of interested in that. When I saw that, and it happened in my city, so I was kind of like, going crazy, So
yeah. Well, sorry that happened. Okay, he hung up. Yeah, if you got here late, we covered all the top stories at the beginning of the stream, and then, as always, I've been tangential, and then we started taking a couple calls. But or hold on, we got somebody else phoning in. I'm not sure I want to take this call though. Let me see. Hello?
Yeah, you're live streaming. You probably already covered it with the debates the other night with yeah.
when Biden said that, mentioned Herbert Hoover's name 2 different times. One at the 641 mark, one at the 646 mark. It makes me think that it's even more confirming that that's the way it's got to play out.
There's this, yeah, he did mention him in the debate, and earlier this year on the 44th day of the year, there was a story in the mainstream media about Biden comparing Trump to Herbert Hoover. Again, for people who forgot, Gerald Ford told us how we did our first female president when a old man dies in office and there's a young woman VP, and he said that in the Herbert Hoover Library, and Herbert Hoover died the exact same day that Kamala Harris was born. So, yeah, it is.
So that speech was October 18th in 1989, and if it ever were to happen, you could imagine a headline: President Joe Biden dies equals 118.
That could be a headline like Dallas, Texas 118. So
there's probably a way to figure this out to come down to a very good calculation on the day that he dies. Does he die with 118 days left in the year? I don't know. All I know is my life is surrounded by zombies.
With him and death and stories in recent days, all the different ways he could depart early. I mean, they're talking about in the mainstream now, up and like, it could happen. I know that little nasally guy, what's his name, Ben Shapiro, he had a whole panel on there all making jokes about Biden dying soon. So,
and then on Saturday, when was it? Saturday's New York Post front cover has Biden's picture, and it's the headline is "Over My Dead Body."
Yeah, there you go.
They're telling us without telling us.
Yeah. Again, JFK was a one-term president. They didn't finish his term, and Biden, they've just been drawing parallels to him endlessly, including even with this debate. So we will see.
So I find it interesting, all the people that are leaving the world stage in some sort of ritualistic death or murder or whatever you want to call it, is only happening to the elite ruling class celebrities, whatever you want to call them. And none of the regular people, none of us innocent people are really affected by anything that I've seen. Unless they're doing damage to their own bodies by poor healthy habits, eating habits, etc. It's my contention that there's no one in the world that's innocent is in any harm, and the only thing I see is people engaging in activities that they enjoy doing day after day after day, every day of the week, any day of the week. I go to the grocery store on a Tuesday, it's packed. People are driving all over the place. If we were even close to the goals that they set out for Agenda 21, I don't think we'd be talking right now.
Well, no one said that all the goals should be realized yet.
Well, by 2030, they're supposed to be realized. And like I said, I don't know that they really wanted the vaccines to be released until another year from now. They're supposed to be on lockdowns. They're supposed to have the 3 to 5 years worth of studies. So then the FDA could come out and save the day, and then it would be mandated. And they could legally mandate it after the 3 to 5 years of studies.
Okay, I'm not exactly following like certain points that you're trying to make.
My point is that we're watching a movie, we're watching a script play out.
That has real world consequences.
Really needs to...
Look how much more expensive everything is because of their bullshit pandemic, which was a huge part of the plan. Again, their ultimate thing is to curb carbon emissions. If you're consuming less, if you're traveling less, if you can afford to buy less. I
don't see anybody traveling less. I don't see anybody buying less. I look at it as a minor inconvenience for most people.
I don't think so. I think that's no. I don't think that.
I don't see anybody
affected
most
people are having a lot of trouble
by any of these ritualistic killings and
anyway, I got here. Audios, man. That guy, you guys, again, his calls, man, they're always loopy. And I mean, is he serious? He doesn't think there's been consequences from what they've done in the last 4 years? There's like little kids that aren't here anymore. What's up, 646?
Hey, what's up, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
You hear me? You hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
There's a couple points I want to make on a couple of topics that you talked on last week. I just didn't get a chance to talk to you. When you brought up Roy Jones, you probably brought up the point. I just probably missed it. Did you compare it to
Hold on. Before you even get into this, I just want to finish with the last caller, because he always calls in and just says something that's annoying and stupid. A lot of times he'll bring up a topic right away that'll get it censored. And I'll say, we can't talk about that, and I'll get the video taken down. And he'll go, I know. And I'm like, okay, is he calling back to purposely try and get videos taken down and all this? But the point he was just making, guys, was so dumb. And that's all I expect from him, is just dumb points. He'll do like the worst gematria decode that just makes the work look like shit. People might be spending as much in the grocery store as they have in the past, but you know what they're doing? They're getting super in debt and fucking up their financial future. It's why credit cards are so profitable right now. Again, people like him are like low intellect morons that just don't have a fucking clue. He was just arguing that there's nothing different in the last 4 years. Your grocery bill is twice as expensive as it was. All of your energy costs are twice as expensive. I don't know if that guy's a welfare queen who doesn't pay his own bills, or he still has his mom and dad paying for him. But I mean, to even make those statements is just, it's absurd. Their agendas had huge impacts. And his thing like, well, it's almost 2030. It's like, okay, first of all, the whole thing wasn't supposed to be realized by Agenda 2030 either. They have goals. It doesn't mean that that's going to be the exact date. Again, it's such stupid argumentation. And yeah, look at what people's debt is that they're carrying these days compared to now. It's always been bad in America, but it's a lot worse than it was 4 years ago. Yeah, you have stupid people who don't know how to do math, who keep spending money that are on overpriced Oreos and soda and just racking up credit card debt and then making them the minimum payment and think, no, they're creating huge financial problems, and forever they will be debt slaves. They'll never be able to own anything because they'll have shit credit. Again, this guy doesn't see the game. It reminds me of listening to a flat earther, the guy that just called in. Like, no perspective, no understanding of anything, talking out of his ass. Anyway. Sorry, I just have to address the last caller's just senseless. And again, I just had to block that guy's phone number so his calls don't come through anymore, because every time he calls in, I get annoyed. What's up, 646? And for the guy in the chat who's also a troll comparing him to Big Al, you should be ashamed of yourself. First of all, he sounds nothing like Big Al. And yeah, horrible. Horrible that you called that guy Big Al. What an insult to Big Al. Well, what's up, 646?
What's up? You hear me good?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, there's a couple of topics that you talked about last night. I didn't get a chance to call in, whatever. But did you probably said it already? But I just want to make sure. Did you compare Roy Jones' son dying to Ricky Smiley's son dying at 32?
Well, we covered both of those. I remember Ricky Smiley was 54 when his son died. Was Roy Jones Jr. also 54?
I don't think so.
Hold on. I got to pull back up the Roy Jones thing. But I remember the Ricky Smiley comedian son as well.
I remember his son was 32 too.
They said Roy Jones Jr.'s son committed suicide, and in different places, different times for his death. I saw June 24th and June 22nd. But it was definitely
the age was
32.
The age of 32, like Ricky Smiley's son was 32.
32 sun rays on the Jesuit logo.
So both of their sons was 32, right?
That's what I just said. 32 sun rays on the Jesuit logo. Like the Dodgers broke the drought at 32 years against the Rays.
So that's almost like Scottie Pippen's son, or when Scottie Pippen's son was 33, so the eldest son gets sacrificed.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to see, did you make that connection with the Ricky Smiley and the Roy Jones? I find it very similar, that it's almost like a similar pattern if you look at it. What was Roy Jones' age?
He's 55. He's 55.
55.
Yeah.
Okay, that goes to my next topic. Isn't Boule 55?
Let me double check that. I forget.
Is Boule is 55.
It is
LeBron
55,
with
yeah.
the 55th pick, and LeBron got that Boule chest tattoo on his chest.
Yeah, definitely could have something to do that. Mm-hmm.
So I'm not on the couch. I'm not on the computer typing Boule, but is Boule 55?
Yeah, Boule is 55.
Wow, it makes sense, right? LeBron James with the Boule tattoo, his son picked with the 55th pick, right? And that's his oldest son.
Yeah, King James. That's true. The Boule part of the 55th pick as well, indeed.
So that go with both him and Kobe Bryant Boules.
Mm-hmm. Ricky Smiley's son's name was Brandon, which also equals 32. And you guys making the same point there about the 32 sun rays on the Jesuit logo.
So basically, Boules, the black people are the Boules of the thing, right? Ricky Smiley, LeBron James. It's so obvious. People don't see that. Like I told some people at work, like, yo, he got the Boule tattoo on his chest, and his son is the 55th pick and the 25th pick in the second round.
Yeah, and 55 has that big relationship with 10 too, because he's on 10 championships he's been in right now. When he said, because that's what he said. He's like, I've done enough of the championships. The only thing left I want to do is play with my son. So.
And plus, his son got the 38. Got a lot of 38 with in his name and with his birthday and stuff. The 38, a lot of death numbers with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, and the last one I wanted to make. You notice in sports, I know you a sports historian. You notice they always pick Duke players for GMs, the head coach and stuff like that, from Daddy Ferry to Elton Brand, Trajan Langdon. He's now with Detroit. You notice that, right? JJ Redick ain't never coached before. Now he get the head coach job. You notice that through the years, right? With the Duke people, they like put them in high positions. You see that, right?
Well, I mean, it's a basketball powerhouse school, so it makes sense. They keep the same brands flowing year after year. Again, what everyone needs to look into is JJ Redick's recent interview with LeBron, and just hear what LeBron said about sacrificing loved ones for his long career. He doubled down on it. He said it 2 times very clearly. You have to sacrifice your loved ones. And again, we've been here for years showing all the suspicious deaths around LeBron. Even when Jerry West just died, it was 201 days before LeBron's birthday.
I just saw somebody typed in the chat that Kobe was buried on the 55th day of the year, and it said Vanessa Bryant's birthday is on 5/5.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't think he'll end. I don't know how long his son gonna live, but I don't think he'll end well for the oldest son.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can see it, right, Zach? With the numbers in his name and everything, right? It's not going to end well for him.
Well, it doesn't
He will
well for
sacrifice that boy sometime soon.
Yeah, indeed.
Just like you say, he told JJ Reddy, you got to sacrifice your family, right? That's what he said, right?
He said you got to sacrifice your loved ones, is what he said.
Your loved ones, okay.
Yeah.
So we'll see where this LeBron and Bronny James take us in the future, but I don't think he'll end well. I think he'll be one of the oldest sons that dies sometime soon in the future. Just like got Ricky Smiley, Roy Jones, and Scottie Pippen.
Yeah. The Scottie Pippen son's death was the most blatant thing ever. Dead at 33, Pippen's number on the first day at Taurus, the bull. And it's just like, how don't people see this? Didn't they say he committed suicide as well?
Yes.
Yes, just these sons of athletes are just killing themselves. It's like, come on, man. These should be some of the happier people on earth. When was their life ever tough? They've been born into, millionaire families, but all their kids are just committing suicide. I mean, come on.
We got a long list of the Dawn celebrities in the last couple of years that had the suicide. Master P daughter. The guy that was on that Dawn Ellen DeGenerate show. The Twisted Eye. The suicide. Ain't suicide 38? Or no, maybe it's suicide. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's 34.
What is
Like
suicide?
murder. It's 34. I go back and look at my post. The Bulls were playing the Celtics that day, and they were on 33 losses too when Scottie Pippen's son died at 33.
Yeah, so it's very interesting. Hey, also, one more thing with the 55 Satan too.
Yeah.
So it's something with that 55, him being drafted with that 55th pick.
Yeah.
All right, Zach. That's it. I just wanted to make those quick picks on those two topics, basically.
All right, appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Yeah, so it was also 206 days after Pippen's birthday when his son died, the sacrifice number. It's like Kurt Cobain did 206 days before Bill Gates' birthday in the 206 area code. All right. I felt like there was something else that kept in my mind I wanted to say, but I forgot about it. Here, let's see what that other news network's covering for today. You know, it'd be funny. It'd be funny if neither Biden nor Trump were the candidates by the time the election came around. Remember how they were having that Ron DeSantis, Gavin Newsom debate at the beginning of the year? It's like, what's that about? Why do they got two guys who aren't going to be the candidates on a national debate for the political parties? Gavin and Ron. 714.
Hey, what up, Zach? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, man. I just wanted to share a couple things. Can you remind me about that crash in the 22? I know there was like an incident. I think it was after New York.
You're talking about all Bill getting in car
9/11.
crashes?
Yeah, because I had an incident on December 22nd. It was a really rainy day, and I got in a bad accident, man. It was crazy because I remember, like, as soon as it happened, I looked at the date, and it was the 22nd. I live in Tucson, California. I was on the way back from my girlfriend's house, about 40 minutes out. It was December 22nd. I think it was 12. It was past the hour. It was past midnight. Really rainy night. Probably the hardest it had rained here in Orange County, California. And I couldn't even tell you how long. It was almost like hail was coming down. And I was driving, man, and I was on the phone. I wasn't looking at my phone, but I was talking to my girlfriend on the phone just because I was on the way, and we kind of got in like a little debacle or whatever. And then I told her, I said, God, it's raining so hard. Like, let me slow down a little bit. I purposely slowed down. I couldn't have been going more than 40, 50 miles an hour. I know I wasn't going too fast because cars were just flying past me, man. Flying past me, and it was raining really hard. So I was just driving, and then all of a sudden, brand new car too. I had a 21 Honda Civic. Drove perfectly fine. Had brand new everything, man. And my car had just lost control of itself. I had both hands on the wheel. My car I just hydroplaned, spun out probably 5-6 times, hit the side of the freeway, the divider, the debris. I hit it hard too. And I was exiting the 405. I looked at the date. It was December 22nd. And I thought instantly, damn, that's crazy. Because I remember 22 is the crash number. And I had just, mind you, I was going from the 405 to the 22 freeway. And then I had just got on the 22 freeway. And then I was only on there for maybe 3 miles. It was about a 40-mile trip from her house to my house. I had literally just got on the 22 freeway. I was only going to be on that freeway to the next connector, which was the 5, for maybe 4 or 5 miles. And then I was on my way home to Tustin. And then I typed in the calculator, Tustin equals 22. This was on the 22nd. It was raining. I knew the word water equaled 22. The 22 freeway, I just got on the 22 freeway, looked at the time, it was 12:32. The 32nd minute in class also equals 32. I believe in reverse or reverse reduction. And I just figured, God, man, there's no way. And then I instantly thought back to that. I couldn't really remember exactly what you were saying, but I just knew you had that incident. And I've been wanting to share this for a while because it was the most organic thing that had happened to me. I've had a couple organic things happen to me, but that one was just, it was just mind-boggling to me, man. Because I had purposely slowed down. I purposely slowed down, both hands on the wheel. I literally told her, I said, hey, let me slow down. Like, I need to slow down. Like, it's raining so hard. And then it was just scary because she was on the phone. She heard everything. Spun out 5-6 times. I ended up on one freeway. On one side of the freeway, the carpool lane, right? So I hit the debris dividing the two sides of the freeway, spun out all the way to the exit. I ended up in the exit lane. I kind of blacked out for a second. The airbags went off, everything. Blacked out for a second, spun out into the exit lane. So I had to spin at least 4 or 5 times. I typed exit in the calculator, exit equals 22 as well. And I ended up in the exit lane. Sorry for rambling. Just wanted to get that story across. And I wanted to hear a little bit more about what you knew about Crash in 22 and what had happened back then.
Well, it was just that like a ton of people got in an accident in the same day. It was, yeah, I mean, the reason it was interesting is because of how many people got in a wreck on the same day that had all just been around each other. And even my own dad, who wasn't there, ended up getting in a wreck that day, and he never gets in accidents. But yeah, I'd have to go back and look at everything. I've been talking about that for almost 2 years now. So
yeah, I remember. It was, man, it was just organic. It was crazy, man. I couldn't believe it, and it just goes to show how the organic side of Gematria, it's real. And I guess they just.
So how fast were you going though when you hydroplaned?
I couldn't have been going more than 50 miles an hour, man.
I was guessing you're probably still going somewhere close to 60, because you really got to slow down when it rains crazy, or you can still hydroplane. Yeah, you should have been going even slower when it's raining that bad. But
I know.
Live and learn.
I should have. Yeah, you live and learn. I was lucky, man, because I ended up leaving with nothing but a scratch on my hand.
Yeah, that's
no
good.
injuries, nothing. My car was totaled, brother. Like, I had to get a brand new car.
That sucks.
And I just thought, like, man, like, this is, I don't know, like, a part of me thinks, like, man, part of me was like, I don't know, it's just like, if I had no awareness of this knowledge, maybe it would have been a lot worse. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. You woke me up, man, back in 2020. I don't mean to ramble or anything like that. It's cool. I just talk a little bit more, but I just really wonder, man, like, what, because, there's people, all walks of life. I mean, you've seen it. You've been out pounding pavement, regardless of age, skin color, upbringing, whatever it is. Even some people whose mind isn't really all there, you know what I mean? I don't want to be mean or anything like that, but even, I've thought, like, even some people who may be on the side of the autistic spectrum or whatever it may be, and it's just, some people, it's either you see it or you don't, regardless of anything. And it just makes me really think, like, it's so deep, man. Like, this is, to be able to just comprehend this, because even, the smartest people, valedictorians, I have cousins are going to these 4 years, about to be doctors and stuff. I try to explain to them. They just look at me like I'm speaking a foreign language, and I'm just like, how do you not see it, man? And it's like, my parents, you know, they're like big Trump fans. You know, it's crazy. They think they're awake. They think, you know, that Trump is the one to save us all. Like, they know the government screwed up. They know they're putting shit in the food. They know that, you know, the government's against us and whatnot. And, you know, they understand the desensitization, the TV, the foreshadowing in the movies, but they still think Trump is on our side. And it's just like, it really mind boggles me. And there really is levels to this shit. You know what I mean? Just like, you know, with the flat
I have to make I have to make a point again about people who support Trump, and it's no diss just on your parents because it's so many people, but it just shows you how immature society is. Because I mean, the guy really is like a little kid. It really is like listening to just a little kid. No adult is saying, I'm the best and he's the worst. And it's like, this guy's nearly fucking 80 years old. And it's just like, who the fuck supports this? I mean, this is a nation of really dumb fucking people who support this guy. And I don't know where you guys try to start with explaining these things. Usually when I talk to anybody one-on-one, they get what I'm saying, but I always start with really easy things to understand. You could point out all the 45 stuff with Trump before you even showed him anything about Gematria in 45. I mean, just how 45 his last trial was. I mean, what are the odds that Stormy Daniels is taking the stand 45 days after her 45th birthday and the trials end 45 days after it began? It's a joke, but anyway, man, I appreciate the call, and sorry about your car.
No, yeah, it's all good, brother. I appreciate it. I'm out here in Orange County. Hopefully you can come by for Kobe Bryant Day in LA. Pound some fame it. I'd love to meet you, and I'd love to help support the work even more, brother.
All right.
Talk to you.
All right, thanks. Take care.
Yeah.
All right. People always love to share their personal stories. All right. I got a text message from Sweet Lady. She's got a request. Anyway, I think we can leave it there, you guys. If you guys got here late, you can go to the beginning of the stream. That's where I actually talked about stuff. We've had the phone line open for a while. As almost always, just the phone calls all over the place, anywhere but the topics I'm talking about. Which is, I got to be honest, you guys. When I try to do the podcast thing to start, we did a call-in episode, and just like the calls just made me not even want to upload the episode. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know if it's my fault, but I'll tell you this, you guys. This community used to have like awesome callers, awesome knowledge, awesome contributions. Most of the calls we took were just like great and helpful and built on meaning to the stream. And now when I take calls, I kind of feel like I'm just wasting everyone's time a lot of the time. So I don't know what to do, man. It's a frustrating spot. I try to persevere through it every day and keep on doing the work, but it is a big part of the reason I'm not hitting my goals and finishing books and stuff. It's just my motivation to do more projects like that is it's lacking for the time being. It's just I don't know who's listening anymore. I don't know where the good contributors went. I don't know why so many people fell off. I don't know if like 2020 and the pandemic was too depressing for people, but there's no way my support should be way down like this. I don't know where it's frustrating. It's like the work's never been better since 2020. Well, yeah, pretty much in all ways, it has not been better. All right. I mean, I think YouTube killed us for what we exposed about the Kobe death, because we haven't gotten any views since then, but it's also like the good callers and stuff just also went with that era as well. It's like we have a whole new generation of callers, a lot younger people. But yeah, it's discouraging. I got to be honest. So, and I don't know. I really just do feel like the work's dead too. It's like we did 4 podcast episodes. In a month's time, the 4 of them had 400 views total. It's just like, God, we can't put in time to this, and then you still don't get any more views. It's like, what in the world? I mean, how is this work so dead? What was there anybody in the last 4 years that called a million sports championships pretty much everything about the pandemic dead on, what the election would be? It's like you think just more people than ever would be here. That just builds on all the other correct predictions and calls and proper knowledge that's just undeniable for over a decade. I just don't. I feel like I'm living in some like Twilight Zone episode. It's like, how I don't understand how to explain where we are in 24. There's no reason to explain any of this. That the good callers are gone, the support's gone. It's just it's mind-boggling. So censorship's a big part of it, but I still don't know where the great contributors to the community that used to be here years ago have gone to. I don't understand, unless they just all gave up on the world. It's like no one's remaining. No one's remaining that can actually be helpful. You're just watching these trash channels that have come out of the woodwork 2018 and on, getting all these views and recognition, and their work's absolute dog shit. It's all very discouraging. It's very discouraging to watch people who haven't called anything right, who've been wrong about everything, who are continuing to blame things on the wrong people, and that's why their predictions continue to be wrong. I don't understand how these people can be getting more views and more recognition. Just doesn't make any sense. Who else? I'm just going to say it again. Who else wrote the book and got it out ASAP super fast, calling exactly when the pandemic would end, a year and a half before it happened? I mean, I'm pretty sure I was the only person who did that. You think there'd just be a lot more recognition just for that alone. And that's just like one of a million things that we've done right. Yeah, exactly. It's just like the old regulars are all gone. I don't get it. I literally do not get it. I don't know if I just got too boring or what it is, but yeah. So sorry. I don't mean to be mean to you guys, but that's also, it's just like, it's almost painful for me to take phone calls now because it's the same thing every time. I'm like, do these people like really know how to are they trying to push my buttons? I've always said historically, guys, I don't want you guys to call in about your personal stuff. I mean, I know we all got personal problems, but this show is about identifying big problems and hopefully to get an idea of going towards solutions or ways to achieve what needs to be achieved, not personal story time. That guy who I had to block, you guys, I should have blocked him a long time ago. He always calls in my personal time. I don't even know why I pick up the phone. Every time I'm like, this guy's just trying to waste my time and annoy me. And then just today, just calling him with total bullshit. It's like these are the people that call in every time I do a call-in show now, and it just drives me nuts. I'm like, okay, the same trash caller, the last person I want to hear from in the world is who calls in. Yeah, that could be true, not doing the TFR show, but that's also kind of lame. It's like, what, the only time they had time for the work was on Wednesday night? I don't get that really either. But yeah, that does seem to have taken a toll. So and here to make a point right here. You see this guy just posting this crap all thing, Greg Strasser? This used to be a good supporter of the community. This is a guy who used to leave helpful comments. I've seen what he's doing through the whole stream, just leaving things like this. Just totally stupid decodes. And he's become a troll. He hangs out on the troll channels now talking shit. But here he is today putting bullshit decodes through the whole stream. Yeah, I see you, Greg Strasser. Greg Strasser used to be good contributor, good commenter, now troll. So, yeah, if you guys haven't noticed these decodes he's been doing, I guarantee you he knows he's trolling. He hangs out on the troll channels and supports just the nonsensical bullshit. And again, this is why it's the Twilight Zone. It's like in 2020, that guy was leaving good comments and was a generous contributor. Now just a total troll of the work. And what would make him turn into a troll of the work? Were we wrong about everything we put out in 2020, or are we looking 1,000,000 more % correct in 2024? Because we all know what the true answer to that is. Here, I'll tell you, here, this comment right here. The other day when I started my stream, and right away, if you guys were watching, I had to stop the stream like I started. I said, somebody's at the door as soon as I start. Go figure. It was like probably a minute into the stream, and then I was probably gone for 30 seconds and came back. Something that really weirded me out is the salesman who came to the door. He was with the same company that had come by like 3 times in the last 2 weeks. And I was like, why do these guys keep coming by my house when I keep telling them I'm definitely not interested? It's not like I've even been anywhere remotely near wanting what they're offering. I don't want to spray the bugs. But the guy who comes to the door, he goes, Hi, I'm Cody with a K. I was just like, okay, am I in the Twilight Zone? Why are you introducing yourself as Cody with a K? I didn't even mention that when I came back because I was just so weirded out by that. I was like, this better not be the troll network at my house trying to sell me bug spray every time I start a damn live stream. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Just whack, and that kills me too. Actually, speaking of that guy is getting better views on his whack ass decode videos, and that's everything I worried about when I started. That someday this work would get co opted, and the most viewed channels would all do bullshit work. It is happening. So. Well, Charleston Moore, I get this perspective, but it's also nice when you have a good core group of callers who phone in with good information that builds on the work. Like that rarely ever happens when I open up the phone lines anymore. It's like people are calling in about anything but what I'm talking about. And or if they are doing a decode, it's like, really? Like who taught you to decode like that? So yeah, again, I don't know. All things ebb and flow, but I just it's discouraging. I got to be honest. So I just feel like this work it should have elevated so much on so many people's platforms in light of what it's proven and exposed. But instead, you have the same people talking shit about it, not acknowledging it. It's just, uh, hold on. Yeah, it's just like the guy began talking about the show. He was 6 years ago. He was saying gematria was bullshit when he brought it up, but he's still now pushing that eventually they're going to fry us with 5G, and somehow a guy like that's getting way better views than I get, and it just pisses me off. It's like, okay, that guy's never had anything meaningful or new to share about his work. His predictions are always wrong. And there's a ton of fear mongering, and still doing the 5G thing. It's just like, how is this possible? How are more people tuned into that than what we do, which is undeniable? A bullshitter con man is getting better support who hasn't even been around as long. See, that also doesn't make sense. It's like I've been here way longer than him, but way before he got here, we'd proven amazing things that almost everybody should have known about but never heard about. We're calling Prince's death every sports game for the year, showing how the elections are synced with the sports. Again, just doing amazing shit that's undeniable. And then these idiots who come out of here and just nothing. I mean, just nothing. Just they got nothing. Literally, they got nothing, but somehow they're getting it drives me nuts, you guys. So that fat what's that fat comedian that came on the scene the other year? Is his name Tim Dillon? Is that his name? Guy that has the big bitch tits, looks like the average American at this point. Like that guy, where'd he come from? He's getting like crazy views, and just another guy that just has idiotic views on everything. Not funny at all. Calls himself a comedian. I think you guys, if I just disappeared for a year and just stuffed my face with Twinkies and ice cream and came back with big fat bitch tits, I really think my channel might do a lot better, because then the average American will look at me and be like, oh, there's a guy I can relate with, Just be snacking on candies and drinking sodas and growing my bitch tits and talking nonsense and talking 5G radiation. Might be able to get the work back online. But, I mean, obviously that's not anything I would ever do. Compromise my body and my soul. But that's the thing. It's like a society of people who've compromised their bodies and souls. That's all they resonate with. They don't resonate with real. They need marshmallow people, marshmallow personalities, marshmallow appearance. Yeah. So anyway, we'll leave it there, you guys. Sorry to end on such a sour note, but I got to leave it on a real note too. It is the way I feel about things, and I would say rightfully so. But yeah, I will persevere like I always do. It's just I see super diminishing returns on doing YouTube videos. again, I do this work to hopefully push the movement forward, and it hasn't gone forward for a long time. It's just gone down, 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 undeservedly so. I mean, we've been here proving the point every day, what we're teaching and how relevant it is, and how corrupt our government is, and who's running the media and the government for real. I mean, we've exposed that in spades. But seemingly, it doesn't seem to resonate with more people at any point. It just seems to be as time goes down, the support for the work, the views, everything is down, down, down. And some people say it's because I'm not as fun as I used to be, because I used to rant a lot more. People miss the rants, but I'm just sick of ranting about the same shit too. So, and I'm sick of opening up the phone lines and getting the exact same feeling of, why did I open the phone lines? Like, are my callers serious? I mean, if you're calling into the show, you must have heard me say before, I don't care about your personal stories. I don't care. Call in on topic. So anyway, one man cannot change the world. One man can have an impact. Every man can have an impact, but one person cannot change the world. No, one person might motivate enough people that a big enough group of people come to change the world, and you could give credit to that one man, but really it'd be the group. So. Yeah, well, I won't take a break because it's not in my nature. But when the little one comes, I might just find that I only have X amount of time on my hands, and I might have to finally get the idea that I got to get more clever with my time and to make something happen. Because I feel like the way I do things, research, put out information on these different social media platforms, present, I feel like that should be a formula that works since the information is there. There's people that do what I do, but they're better at video editing. But what they're not better at is actually getting a real piece of information out there that's true, that's undeniable. Almost that's what drives me nuts. People listen to all the same bullshit with no real proof behind it. The guy who's just on Sam Tripoli, his 2 hours of proof that the Jews run the world is that on the Balfour Declaration is a Rothschild's name. Okay, look a little bit deeper and see how that Rothschild died in the 201 ritual. What's that tell you? In light of the nation being set up in a 201 ritual, and how that number only traces back to the Jesuits. You're not going to connect that number to anything else. No, a million different Catholic fingerprints all over Israel. I mean, and that's what drives me nuts too, just the Adam Greens of the world. Adam Green chose not to debate me. Well, what does that tell you? The guy that debates everybody about Jews running the world won't debate me? Why won't he debate me? How come he deleted our interview in 2018, the day after he put it up? It's just, and the guy who I'm ranting about right now that was just on tinfoil, he used to work with Adam Green. Both those guys came out of nowhere and got all this recognition in 2018, and both of them are all on the Zionist thing. And again, that's not who runs the world. I'm sorry. I'm We got muted. Yeah, somebody just called to tell me we got muted. I hate when they do that. We haven't had that happen for a few weeks, but there it is again. The old mute trick. So I don't know. I don't know when it muted. I don't know everything that was cut out. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. That happened happened like in 3 out of 4 shows in a row, and now it hasn't happened for a few weeks, and then it just happens again. I said the word Zionist too many times. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. I oversaid the word Zionist. Yeah, again, that's part of it too. Is just like Elon Musk making it so you can't say the phrase "synagogue of Satan." People think those are all the proofs that the Jews run the world, but again, I think that's just part of the clever plot of framing who it looks like runs the world. Put a Jew in charge of this media company here. Put a Jew in charge of this media company here. But Jews run the world. How come there haven't been any Jewish U.S. presidents? That's another good one. Jews run the world, but they've never been a U.S. president. So, yeah, I forget everything I was saying while it was muted. I don't even know where it muted me at. So. Anyhow, yeah, we will leave it there, True Seeker. Again, thank you to everyone who hits the like and the share. If you don't like and share this one, I can understand why. But if you did get here late, the actual content to the video, the topics that were meant to be discussed, they're all at the beginning. And when we start taking calls, that might be a good place to just finish the stream. So. Yeah, Miles Mathis, his work's not right, though. I mean, again, anybody wants to come debate the Jews run the world, I'm happy to have that debate. And you notice nobody wants to debate me, do they? Adam Green, who makes his whole living off debating Jews run the world, will not debate me. That should tell you everything you need to know. So it's very easy to prove that Jews don't run the world. Look at what they just did to the Rothschild this year, synced up with the Pope's birthday. One of the Pope's many little 87 ritual snack deaths. Here, Jews run Hollywood, right? Let's just go back to this example. What they do to the Godfather creator's wife at age 87 this year? She got the same treatment as the Rothschild. Eleanor Coppola, dead at 87. What's her husband's name? Francis, like the Pope. Francis Ford Coppola. And she just happened to die 117 days after the Pope's birthday. I mean, come on. Stuff goes on every day. Tony Soprano. It was like the same ritual with Tony Soprano the year Pope Francis became the first Jesuit Pope. Speaking of Jesuit-run HBO, they have they just put out a new documentary. I'm going to have to check this one out. If you read about what it's about a high-ranking man in the U.S. military who was a very devout Catholic family. He had 12 children, and 6 of his sons turned out to be schizophrenic, and some of them killers. I was like, come on, man. They're trying to clue you into something. A high-ranking military devout Catholic with 12 children that 6 end up being schizophrenic and some killers. I mean, what is going on with this church? I think it's called 6 Schizophrenic Brothers if you look it up, but I know it just came out. 6 Schizophrenic Brothers. Pretty sure that's what I saw the title was. Yep. And it's set in Colorado too. So anyway. Only 6, yeah. They got to put it out in the 6th month, right? They got to put out the movie about the 6 schizophrenic sons in the 6th month. Man made on the 6th day in the Bible. Genesis 6:6. God regrets making man. Hey, what's up, Al?
Hey, are you still on there?
I'm still on here for now.
Yeah, I have to go back and listen. I started listening to the beginning of it, and I skipped way to the end, and it's just like, I guess I should have just ignored all that.
Yeah.
Hey, I want you to look at this SpongeBob SquarePants thing, because I don't know. I went back at on your post, and I couldn't find anything on it. So I think that the guy who started it, supposedly created it, I think he died in like 2018 or whatever. But the reason what caught me on it, could you look him up real quick? You're gonna find.
I think I have a post on his death on my old website.
This Peter guy.
I think so. Unless it's one of the posts they take down. But I remember covering that. I remember covering the SpongeBob death years ago.
Okay, so there was just 2 recent deaths, but they obviously connected to that Peter guy, whoever the guy is that supposedly created it. I wonder, because I tried to find your post on it.
Yeah, nothing's coming up. Again, they've deleted a lot of posts. That might have been for whatever reason, one that they got rid of. But I remember covering a big SpongeBob death years ago.
I'm just going to try to go off my memory because I was falling asleep last night. But SpongeBob SquarePants equals 84, just like the guy's name who supposedly created it. And when he died, I believe it was 97 days from his birthday. You know, the death number, the 25th crime. But the guy who did like the animation, he died. I think he died June 1st, and then 25 days later, the guy that was somehow responsible for the cartoon part of it, he fucking died, right? And they did that on 26/6.
Okay.
Yeah, just think about that. 97, 25th prime. Then the one guy dies on June 1st. Then the other guy dies 25 days later this year. And all connected to the Pope, you know, and he died at 56, like Pope equals 25 and 56. The guy had I think he died on the 26th, because that would be 25 days later. So you can see how they connected all 3 of those guys to the fucking Pope, like, which we're not supposed to know about. I don't know how anybody could come out when they look at your work and still think Jews run the world. Obviously they don't, because we're not supposed to know this, but they connect these rituals back to the church and the Pope, all of them, every fucking one of them.
All roads lead to Rome. Yeah.
Totally, man, totally.
Stephen Hillenberger was his name, who died in 2018. His name equals 84, like SpongeBob SquarePants, like Jesuit, like the Jesuit order, like the Catholic Church.
And then the guy who did these years later here in 2024, the guy who, I don't know, one of them was for the animation, the other was for the voice. The one guy died on the 1st of June, and then 25 days later, the other guy just died like on the 26th of June. It's obvious, and he died on 26/6, so it's obvious it was connected all to the Pope, because he died 25 days later at age 56, like Pope equals 25 and 56. And I think the guy just recently died, he had the 122, like Pope Francis equals 122 in his name, Gematria. There's probably a bunch of other shit I missed, but it was obvious how they just connected all that to the Pope.
You're talking about this recent one is the Japanese SpongeBob voice actor who died at 56 this week?
Yep. And he died 25 days from the guy who died June 1st of this year, who he was part of the show too,
Yeah. June 26th at 56. Again, for real don't know, it's the 266th Pope. Like that day can be written 26/6, and Pope equals 56, like Society of Jesus. And again, the Jesuit motto is Su Salvatum Salvator is 266 and 122. And you're saying this guy's name's 122?
Yeah, one of their guys' names was 122 also.
Might have been the guy who died earlier. The guy who just died, the Japanese guy at 56, his name's 153, like Jesuit order.
Yeah, he had the 153. Yeah, I think that guy on the first month they had the 122.
Okay.
Or the founder, which you can't find the post anymore. It was weird too, because I thought I do remember you doing a post on that, but I could not find it, so I didn't know
That would have been on your old post, right?
It was weird when I searched SpongeBob, even though that's what I used in the title. The post doesn't come up, but when I search the guy's name, then it does come up. So it might have just they might have made it hard to search for things too.
Yeah. Weird, man. Oh, the other big point is too. Has anybody ever run across? I couldn't find exactly how it was worded, but after because all the talk about the JFK stuff going on right now, something with that presidential limo, they changed the it's when the car, is it 44 miles an hour or less? That's when the car does something differently. So it's some type of security measure, but it had to do with the car when it hits 44 miles an hour.
Yeah. We know that number.
So that was something just obviously that they, just threw in there that I thought was kind of funny. But
Indeed. Same numbers over and over. So.
Yeah, 44th term president, right?
That new documentary about the 6 schizophrenic children on HBO from the high-ranking Catholic military official. In the little synopsis, they talk about how the first of his children, he had 12 children. The first one to die was the 4th. So, yeah.
And what's the name of this? This is on HBO?
Yeah, they just put it on there. 6 schizophrenic brothers.
Oh, I have to watch it. I have to check it out. I told you got to somehow find a way to watch that series Evil.
Yeah, so somebody sent me a screenshot from the 2nd season. It was Frank the Truth Tank. They put the 201 on the screen on somebody's cell phone in one of the episodes.
Yeah, that's the main character. Actually, when you told me that, I had not run across that, so I thought I'd missed the 201. And then when I got into the 2nd season, I saw it on her phone right at the end of the episode. But the whole Guy Fawkes thing they did, he's like the devil in there. And I'm like, man, this is like literally anybody who's followed your work or watched it, it's like, wow, man, this guy is spot fucking on. He got these guys just nailed, dead to rights, man. You watch that show and it's just everything you talk about. But it's just, you're watching it it's like you're watching that show though with, when you go watch a 3D movie and you have to put the 3D glasses on.
Sure.
You already got them on when you watch it because you're seeing the whole entire fucking thing, everything that has meaning and relevance about the show. It's more than entertainment, really just proves what these fucking people are doing.
Indeed.
Look at all those.
Indeed. Yeah.
All right, man. Well, yeah.
All right.
In there, Zach.
Appreciate it, Al. Thank you.
Later.
See you. Remember the what they did with the Dragon Ball creator? They had to save the news of his death at 68 for the 68th day of the year. You guys might recall on that same day, the Oregon governor ended the legalization of fentanyl in Oregon, the thing approved in 68 that was killing all these people. 208.
Hey, I got on. Nice. This is your friend from Idaho, 208 Productions. Just wanted to pick your brain real quick. I don't think you saw my message in the chat, but I am taking a trip to Washington in July, and I was just wondering if you had anything planned, or if you want to maybe go out and pound payment on July 20th or 21st or 22nd or somewhere in there.
Where are you going to be in the state?
I'm going to Centralia, but I'll be able to be mobile, so we could meet anywhere, plan it.
Okay, I'll save your number. Give me more specific time for what dates you're going to be in, and I'll think about that.
Yeah.
So
I'll be there. So I know the 20th is a Saturday, and I'll be there the Thursday before that, and I'm leaving Tuesday. So I'll be there that whole weekend. I believe it's the 18th to the 23rd or something in there.
Okay, all right, yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, I fucking would love to fucking meet you and get some tips IRL.
Okay, all right, yeah, I'll think about it. Appreciate it, 208.
Yeah. Hell yeah, you have a good night.
Yeah, see you. All right. Yeah, I remember this March 8th was a day of some crazy headlines by the numbers. Him talking about the SpongeBob SquarePants Japanese guy just reminded me of this this little ritual here too. 559.
Hey, Zach. Recently, the former CEO of Google, Eric Schmidt, he made this weird comment about AI agents coming up with their own language and being able to communicate with each other. And if they ever did that, that we need to pull the plug. We need to shut them down. And I think that's one of the keys here, is that by us using their language, the English language, they have the upper hand. And it made me think about just the nature of language itself. And if somehow, we have to basically create our own language, that's the only way to bypass this type of system, is because just the fact that we're using this language gives them the upper hand. What do you think about that?
Yeah, we've talked about that in the past. There's a Canadian horror movie from a decade ago. It's not really a scary movie. It's kind of like a horror movie spoof, but they realize in the end it's the English language that's making the evil take place in the world. So spells and spelling.
Yeah. Yep. And I guess that's really what it comes down to, is the fact that language itself is the code. And I found that very interesting. You looked that up, AI agents. But AI agents, I think, are people like you and myself that, we have cracked this code. And now that they know we cracked this code, I wonder if they even take it to the next level. Can they even, now that they know we know, do they take it to the next level?
I don't know if they need to take it to another level. They're pretty in control of everyone almost.
Yeah. So anyways, just the nature of language itself is something that I wanted to, but yeah, he made that weird comment, and I just found it. I think he was referencing this gematria stuff.
Okay.
Anyways, I'll let you.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Okay. By the way, France. Remember how important France is to the U.S. Like all the founders studied there. The French Freemason, L'Enfant, laid out D.C. France, right after the debate, they're looking like Macron's out of there. And I remember Macron came into the presidency in France in a big 58 ritual in the time of Donald Trump, the winner of the 58th election. I'm sure if I search Macron in 58, there's probably a number of things that come up, but it feels like, looking back, it was around the time of that supposed attack on Bastille Day, where the big white bus supposedly ran through and killed like 100 people, but there wasn't one drop of blood on this white bus. It supposedly ran over a crowd of 300. July 14th, 2017. This is 5 years to the day of Trump's ex-wife falling down the stairs. Just calling the same crap in the headlines all these years. People still haven't caught on. Trump and Macron met on 58 date numerology on Bastille Day, July 14, 2017. Yeah, his name is 58, Emmanuel Macron. That was yeah, that was the year Trump took office. There were a lot of 58 things going on at that time. So now Trump's on his way back. The right wing is rising in France. Okay. Thank you. Open Up. He says Friday, July 5th will be 201 days after the Pope's birthday. Indeed. 56 date numerology. Also 187th day of the year. If I remember right, in 2020, that was the day they announced that dancer with COVID had to have his legs amputated due to COVID. That was supposedly the mainstream story. Let me see if I can pull this up. I'm pretty sure that was July 5th, 2020. I forget that dancer's name. Let me see if I write amputation, if it just pulls it up. Nick Cordero. There we go. This was it. 4 years ago. Nick Cordero dies after battle with COVID-19. Like we were pointing out then, 201 days after the Pope's birthday. This was like the most extreme story that just didn't make sense. We're like, what? COVID-19 amputations? So Nick Cordero, a Broadway actor who had admirers across the world rallying for his recovery, has died after a battle with COVID-19, according to his wife, Amanda Klutz. He was 41. Remember, the Jesuit suppression lasted 41 years in the United States of America. The 41 nation was founded in the time of the Jesuit suppression. And let's not forget that the Jesuit suppression ended in the time of James Madison, the only 201 president as well. But just that 201, 41 thing. And it says right here, Klutz has been regularly updating her social media accounts with news of her husband's ups and downs as he battled the virus and complications, including an amputated leg. She said Cordero battled the disease for 95 days. Oh, excuse me. It just kills me, you guys. It's just why everybody else's work is bullshit. Literally, like everybody else with all their sideways opinions that don't add up for nothing. It's all bullshit, you guys. We're the only one. I hate to sound so arrogant with that statement, but we are the only ones who've been on top of it, nailing it, telling you who's doing it, why they use the same number code over and over, just like why the 95 Thesis was pinned in history, and exactly 201 months later, the Jesuits are credited for the first time. It's just like MLK getting smoked on the 95th day of the year when he's named after Martin Luther, wrote the 95 Theses, and then the first gun controls 201 days later. Yeah, he had to battle for 95 days. And again, just same stuff over and over. So what I can tell you is showing undeniable evidence of what's really going on in the world for every single day straight isn't enough to wake up the sleeping masses. The shit-faced conmen of the world, the people that promote 5G is going to kill you and Gematria is bullshit. Somehow at this day and age, their work's doing better than mine, even though they've been wrong about everything and I've been right about all of it. It's amazing. It's like I don't know how to explain this. How a con man who's totally wrong about everything and promoting false fear is doing better than yours truly, who's been dead on the money. That Nick Cordero had that September 17th birthday as well. Just as time goes on, I realize more and more how important that date is. The dead baseball player who also played for the Giants has that birthday. Remember, that's the day the Constitution was written in history or published. It's the day the NFL was founded. Mahomes, the face of the NFL, his birthday as well. But yeah, Nick Cordero is what they did the last leap year, 201 days after the Pope's birthday. So I'm pretty sure this is actually in my first book, Number Games. I'm pretty sure that one's in there. Let me check real quick. I'm just going to search his name in the electronic version of my book and see if his name comes up. Nick Cordero's on page 83. How perfect. Died on the 187th day of the leap year. That's the other part of that, too. Yeah, I pointed out how that date had 52 date numerology as well. He's on page 83. I bring him back up again on page 198 and also 258. I mentioned him 3 times in the book. Yeah, and his death was very, very numerically exact. When I wrote that book, I'd been overlooking that the Jesuit suppression lasted 41 years. There's a lot more I could add to that book if I touched it up today, but he died on the day leaving 179 days left in the year, and his birthday is 17/9, and again, 179 is the 41st prime, matching his age of death. So did COVID get him, or was it just another numerical ritual like a lot of these celebrities have been getting? And they made it extra scary, like, ooh, man, COVID, you could get your legs amputated. I mean, this is the real criminal shit. These are the real lies. This was the real misinformation. A dancer loses his legs due to COVID. It's like the Boston Marathon bombing, which didn't make any sense, and people only their legs got blown off. I mean, oh my God, man. It's crazy how humanity hasn't caught on. It is crazy. No, I don't feel vindicated at all. I feel like I almost just wish I never even spent any time on it sometimes. It's like, what's the point? Now we got the most definitive evidence out there, and humanity still doesn't care. It's like it makes you hate humanity even more. Con man loser, with his Jesus piece out, who says Gematria is bullshit, but 5G is going to fry us, is getting more ratings now and doesn't have anything to substantiate any of his opinions, just like he didn't 6 years ago. Again, you just keep, just like Trump shows. All Trump does is talk bullshit. Trump doesn't have anything ever of substance to say, just nothing but bullshit coming out of his mouth, and people love it. Dumb people love bullshit. Trump 2024. Yeah, that Jurassic Liars guy's another just total clown and idiot. How many times has he predicted Seattle's going to blow up? You guys, I mean, why is anyone still listening to him? Like, all of his followers should have left him when him and I had the little back and forth, because he said I was going to die. He put out a video saying why I was going to die because I was going to Seattle. He's like, oh, watch, Zach's going to get killed that day. Seattle's going to blow up. I was like, nope, Seattle's not going to blow up. It's going to be the 5th year in a row you've had the same false prediction, and I'm going to be in Seattle that day because we got to counter the misinformation. And we went there and did something important. We shut down a propaganda rally early after we got on the bullhorn and interrupted their bullshit sermon that they were having about why we need to take away everyone's rights and liberties. Next thing you know, they just wrapped up and got the hell out of there. And it was like, thank God, this evil thing that was happening right here with all these really dumb people, essentially a one man just shut it down with a bullhorn. And again, that's where that's where this photo comes from. The cop was like, now I asked you earlier not to interrupt these people. And I was like, yeah, well, like I told you before, I wasn't sure if I was or not, but it just got to be too much bullshit. So now, the one thing I can say for all these people who blame everything on Jews, remember, March for Our Lives, it came out of the Stoneman Douglas shooting, which was a major ritual. Remember, the majority of kids were supposedly killed in Holocaust Remembrance class in room 1214, and it was compared to Sandy Hook, which happened on 1214. But something that is true about this event from the other year, where Jurassic Liars predicted I would die on this day because he knew Seattle was going to blow up. I don't know how anyone's still listening to that channel. If you listen to that channel and you're still following that more than me, that means you're a fucking loser, okay? And have you realized that you're a fucking loser following an even bigger fucking loser? Again, like a real man, I went where I needed to be and shut down some bullshit while he put out more false fear online and blames everything on Jews. But here's where I'll give a little bit of credit. If you saw what happened that day, every single paid for, whatever they are, provocateur, agent provocateur, whatever they are, undercover agent of chaos, every single weirdo that came at me there, including that guy screaming, every last one of them, undeniably, just by looking at their faces, were Ashkenazi Jews. And again, it makes sense because the woman who's always on TV from Sandy Hook, whose name equals 201, she's Jewish. That's Noah Posner's mother. I can't remember her name right now, but if you look up Noah Posner's mother, her name is 201, and she is Jewish, and she wants to undermine the First Amendment. And again, there were a lot of weird people at this thing that tried to mess with me. You guys might remember the fat Jewish gay guy. He changed his last name from like Rubenstein to, he said, Fairchild. He was proud to be a happily recently married gay husband. I was like, look at this. These are the guys who want to take away your rights and liberties. The happily married gay husband who's so proud as he talks about how we need to get rid of the Second Amendment. We should all just be gay and take it in the ass too. It's like, it really is too perfect. And apparently he's a teacher somewhere in the Seattle school district. Fairchild, formerly Rubenstein or whatever he said. But again, Martin Luther, who was a Protestant, wrote 2 books going after 2 religious groups, which were the Catholics predominantly and also the Jews. And that is what brought about the Catholic-Jewish Jesuit alliance. But again, you still have to look at that relationship and realize who daddy is. Is it little itty-bitty Israel? Or is it the massive Catholic Church that's all over the entire world whose calendar we're on? I mean, you got to be kind of a moron to not be able to figure out which one is which. And if your whole argument is, but I can't say Zionist online or they'll take down my YouTube video. Have you thought about how that maybe that's the gimmick to make you think it's just all Jews? Because that's really what it looks like. I'll tell you what, in the time I've been really exposing the Jesuits and showing how Kobe's death was a huge Jesuit ritual thing with the Pope, I haven't been able to get any views since then. So, yeah, we've only lost 3 or 4 channels in the last 4 years, which isn't bad for how things have gone. But we also cannot get any views anymore, which is the worst. I'd almost be better if they just deleted all the channels and I could start over and actually get some views. But yeah, that was a day of days. And again, you guys, part of the reason I just don't feel motivated to pound payment is because I know that almost every time I go pound payment, we already don't have enough support, but I can just count a good chunk of support being gone as soon as I get back from that pounding payment trip. Because that's what happens every single time. Oklahoma City, Buffalo, the cross-country trip against New York, anytime I go out to Seattle now. So, yeah, again, the real goal of this is to build it into something much greater where we can hire a team of people and take it to another level. That's going to continue to be the goal. It might take 40 more years to get there at the rate we're going. But if that's what it is, then that's what it's going to be. Hopefully we're still here in 40 years. Or if people could do their part and chip in $1 a month and, that's why it annoys me watching these other people flourish with their bullshit scam campaigns where they have nothing real to offer other than bullshit false information while they dismiss truth and tell people, oh, no, don't look into Gematria. That's bullshit. You can make numbers line up. But yeah, the 5G is going to kill you. It's like, get the fuck out of here with these people. And it's sad that people are so dumb and inept that they can't see through it. They can't figure out which one's real. I can't tell. I'm not very good with numbers, so Gematria is hard for me. But it's easy for my mouth to go, yeah, the 5G could kill us. I can regurgitate that. I can't believe people are still talking about this in 2024. I mean, the 5G is going to kill you. People are still here. God. Oh, my God, man. It's bad. Cola T says, doesn't seem smart enough to chase one goal for 40 years. Well, the goal is to get information out that changes the world and gets people from out under the spell. What other mission is there right now? What other goal should we have? Should I change my goal to having a 12-pack and just do stomach crunches all day? That could be a different goal. I could probably do that in a lot faster than 40 years. Get the 12-pack, just do crunches every day. 24/7 live streaming, we're all doing crunches. I'm talking about the goal of what needs to be done. Doesn't do less drugs before you leave your comments, Cola T. Thank you. No, I mean, there is no other goal. I don't know what other goal there would be. The goal is to upend this system. So I feel like in terms of people who speak and have a message, like we're one of the only ones that could possibly do it because everybody else is just talking bullshit. If we can get people to stop and listen to what we're showing and proving and demonstrating, people will wake up. You listen to these other people, you're just going to be lost in the sauce forever. Well, Cola Tea, I mean, how many different ways have we attempted to make revenue? I mean, I got several books out there. There's merchandise. I mean, there's all kinds of ways. The point is that just no matter what way we do it, no support comes in. It comes in at a trickles pace. So at the pace it continues to come in, again, how many people in the creative space have done more different things than I have? I mean, I don't. Most of these YouTubers that have all this following and nothing to show for their work and have led their people absolutely nowhere. They don't have any books. You know, they probably sell T-shirts, but they don't have any books. They don't have any works like that. They've got nothing but bullshit propaganda videos pushing more fear and senseless nonsense. We should have had enough money for the community off the first book I wrote, especially off the second book, and instead we got pennies on the dollar. Cola T just always leaves stupid comments too. That's just a person that just comes out of the woodwork every now and then. Every time I read a Cola T comment, I'm like, oh, here we go again. Cola T. Where's this dumbass come from? Yeah, that is what all these shills are here to do. Lead everyone astray. Say things like Gematria is bullshit and then tell them 5G is going to fry them. Yeah, they're still waiting to turn up the 5G to fry us. Yeah, Gematria is still bullshit. Yeah, Zionist Jews are behind everything. I mean, Zionist Jews are behind what's going on in Russia, Ukraine. Yeah, there's clearly a Jewish component. Zelensky's a Jewish actor, but again, who was there day one? The Pope. You know, what did Putin just tell you? It all goes back to the Catholic Church. Again, Biden and Putin, did they meet in a big 201 ritual on the anniversary of Pearl Harbor? Sorry, all these things clearly point to the Jesuits, undeniably. Did we just send $95 billion to Russia and Ukraine? Or not? Well, yeah, might as well have been Russia too. Ukraine and Israel on the 201st day of the war. I think it's pretty well established who that number belongs to. 201 and 95 again, just like Nick Cordero. I mean, how many different examples over the years do you need of 201 and 95? Looking back at these lies, Nick Cordero, the dancer whose legs fell off from COVID, who died after 95 days of fighting the illness. Event 201, put on by a Jesuit the day the military world games began in Wuhan, China, which traced back to the year 95 and Italy and the Jesuits. It's just, come on, man. If you guys don't know about Zelensky and his little TV show he had before he became president, you should look into all that. We covered all this stuff very heavily in the past. And you know, here's the other thing that's symbolic about what we're doing with Ukraine that most people just don't see. Again, the Soviet Union and the United States have always been controlled by this same Jesuit cabal. Remember, the Jesuits were saved in Russia by Catherine the Great with 201 Jesuit priests, thus all the 201 rituals leading up to their war, which is essentially a civil war. It really, if you look at it, what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, because it wasn't that long ago that they were the same exact country. They were the Soviet Union, both Russia and Ukraine. They were all under one nation not that long ago. And remember when the war began, we explained why Gorbachev was going to die at 91, and then he did. Go back to this. These are all things that we saw coming a mile away. And just the same damn number patterns over and over. Okay. Gorbachev, hold up. He died 187 days after the war began. That's Society of Jesus. That's Holy Roman Empire. He died 38 days before Putin's birthday, like death, murder, killing, RIP. The reason we thought he was going to die at 91 before it happened is because that's when the Soviet Union dissolved, 91. But yeah, what I was trying to say is by having us fund essentially, You just know that over time they're going to do the same thing to the United States. At some point, there'll be a moment like where the Soviet Union broke up into smaller territories. You know, in history, eventually it's going to happen with the United States. It'll break into smaller territories. They'll probably be warring with each other. It just remains to be seen how long it takes. Is it years away? Is it decades away? I mean, these people work at a snail's pace, but you know it's coming. And it could be a lot sooner than people think. I mean, it could be in a decade because there's going to be it. Again, if you get Biden or Trump, well, what did both of those guys do? And almost every president does this now. They get in office and they spend more money than every other. This statistic keeps happening. So, like people say it now, it's like, okay, well, that keeps being the trend with every presidential administration now. The new administration spends more money than every single administration combined before it, which is just like incredible to think about. But Trump did it, and now Biden's doing it, and those are our two choices. That's what you get in America. You get these shit leaders that just fulfill the banker agenda of selling the country down the river. And again, you can't explain anything to anybody because nobody has any intelligence about anything or understands the importance of being financially sound. It's like, well, how can you get an American to even care about these topics when they've already created all these financial problems for themselves? They're all in debt. They're like little mini-me's of the nation. It's why we are where we are. You can't explain anything intelligent to anybody. Remember, you guys, before we even got a single stimulus check back when they started that, what did I tell you as soon as they announced that? I mean, I should dig up those videos. We've been spot on about everything. I did the video that day. I said, oh, great. They're going to start printing money and sending everybody $1,000 checks. I said, that's going to fuck over everybody who's retired and has a little savings. And I was explaining to people like in my dad's situation. Back then I was saying my dad's coming up on retirement. He doesn't even have $500,000 saved for his whole life, slaving away, almost working 7 days a week for his entire life since he's been out of high school. And again, he has $500,000 saved up. If they start printing a whole bunch of money, $500,000 he has saved up might only be worth $400,000 before long. And so it's like, sure, he got two $2,000 checks, but now what was worth $500,000 now because of inflation is only worth $400,000. So it's like that's a net loss for him of $98,000. And that's exactly what it is. And it has been like 20%. That's the exact analogy I gave back then. So it's why it gets annoying being again, I hate to toot my own horn, but I haven't been wrong. I mean, literally, we called out all the dates of COVID from when to expect the lockdowns to when the pandemic would end. Not to mention we called a million things before COVID even came around. Not to mention we said 2020 was going to be the year of years because these psychopaths work on the 19-year moon cycle, and every 19 years they got something crazy. COVID-19 comes 19 years after 9/11, the 19 hijackers, and so on. But yeah, it's just like for figuring it out this well, the world hasn't shown hardly any respect to the work, and then the people who were here fell off, which I can't make any sense of it. So I always got new jackasses out of the woodwork coming and just leaving dumb comments, dumb phone calls. The one guy who called in earlier just talking nothing but bullshit. All he ever talks when he calls in. Yeah, there's no doubt about it that if they replace Biden, it's going to be Gavin Newsom or Michelle. The same thing we've also been saying for a long time. And if it ends up being Michelle, her book, the book she put out the other year that was perfectly synced with the election. Her mom's recent death too. New York Post Cindy Adams speculated that Michelle would become the DNC candidate on Michelle's 20th birthday, or excuse me, I say 20th, 60th birthday. This is the 60th election, but hold on. The book that she came out with recently was announced July 21st, 2022. And then it released November 15th, 2022, later that year. And from the day it released to the election was 721 days, like how it was announced on 7/21. And 721 days is also 103 weeks to the election, like Obama. You've had some recent deaths connected to the Obamas, including last summer, around the time of Obama's birthday, there's Chef. The day that her book was announced was the day leaving 163 days left in the year, like Barack Hussein Obama. And this year does mark 163 years from the Civil War start in 1861, just all the Civil War stuff and Obama being from the land of Lincoln. But yeah, we've been looking at the clues. Gerald Ford told us why Joe Biden might very well not finish his term, and again, it would be the latest parallel to Kennedy with the whole 46 thing. So yeah, we'll see. Her Gavin could make a lot of sense. Right now, the most speculations for Gavin. RFK saying he can fill the hole. You just know they're not going to put a guy like RFK in the Oval Office. It's not going to happen. The only criteria he has is Jesuit, but he talks about real things, and that's not what they do with the American president. The American president doesn't get in there and talk about real. I mean, I've never heard a president in my lifetime talk about anything that was real meaningful. And for all the dummies out there who think Trump talks real meaningful, no, he doesn't. He's just nothing but a bullshit con artist, talking all about himself, talking a whole lot of bullshit, selling the idea that America's this great fucking country. All of his claims are bullshit. He says there was no war under him. I mean, I remember him calling airstrikes all over the place. I mean, imagine being that. Yeah, I killed a bunch of people and bragged about it with airstrikes, but I didn't have any war anywhere. It's like, isn't that war? I mean, if you're having the U.S. Air Force bomb countries, that's an act of war. Because they didn't fight back doesn't mean that it wasn't war. They didn't fight back because they didn't want more airstrikes because our military is bigger than everybody else's combined in times 10. And that's the thing, too, about the U.S. Like, in a way, it's like the quality of life for people, these things are crumbling, the way of life, but America's power in the world, I don't know if it's really crumbling. We still have bases everywhere. We got militarism everywhere. Okay. Kamala president for 46 days. Why not 47? The 47th president is president for 47 days. How would that work out? We'd have to look at that. If she was president until January 20th, that'd be 27 days in 2024. So it'd be December 4th? December 4th, 47 days afterwards. Yeah, we've talked about the Kamala being born 263 months from Biden many a times. Many a times. Joe picked Kamala when she was 56 years old, like Obama took office with Biden in the 56th election, like Black Lives Matter's 56. Okay. Yeah, that is the one other part of the Gerald Ford prediction that once a woman gets in, there might not be too many other men in office. So that is something to think about, definitely with the part of the prediction. And it being old Michelle. Well, somebody says, what a mess this country. I don't know what country you're in. A lot of countries are a mess. What a mess the world is in because of what's ruling over it. The thing that's infiltrated all these nations and turned them into what they are. Just things that lie to their people. Things that just create needless problems. Yeah, it would be funny if again both Trump and Biden just weren't the nominees by the time the thing came around. Let me see if I did a post on the Gavin Newsom and DeSantis debate. I remember because I was like, why are they doing this? Two guys that aren't going to be the candidates are having a debate that's getting national attention. This is 2022. This is before their debate thing. Or God, was it that long ago that they debated? Is this real? Okay, now I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone if this was really that long ago. Wow, that was July 3rd, 2022. I have been in a time loop of 2 years have gone by. They did this ritual with Gavin Newsom, the Jesuit, versus Ron DeSantis 266 days after Newsom's 54th birthday. Isu Salmonum Salvator 266, Jesuit Order 54. Again, their logo's the sun, 54 with the letters IHS for that same motto. I can't believe this was already almost 2 years ago. I'm blown away by that. I felt like it was, I don't know. Did they do it again? This happened more than one time? I guess not. And did you guys see that Gavin Newsom just had the first ever California State of the State, like State of the Union? He just did it the other day, talking about it, all of his big plans for California. And just what a goon that guy is. Talking about how much he cares about homeless people. It's like, fuck out of here, man. God. He's just like crazy homeless epidemic in his state. Almost no intervention forever. Finally does something in San Francisco when China comes to visit. Again, San Francisco's got the biggest Chinatown in the world outside of mainland China. This guy's just such a goon. Hold on. I got to make sure they didn't have a debate more recently that I just didn't document, and they've done this more than one time because my mind's blown that it was that long ago. All right, see, this sounds more like it. It looks like they did it again in 2023. So they had something way back then in 2022. And then it looks like they did it November 30th of this year. Okay, that's all right. Because I was just like, there's no way what I'm thinking of was that long ago. November 30th. But yeah, again, you still got to ask why. It's like, since when? Since when are there debates between guys who aren't going to be the candidate? Or something coming that we just, they're subbing Donald for Ronald. Ronald for Donald. Yeah, Donald. What is it? Donald. I'm getting dyslexic. Donald for Ronald. I don't see anything interesting with that. Okay. Yeah, Gavin Newsom's just a total goon, and the guy who did the biggest 56 ritual in the whole pandemic is he locked down his state by the numbers, and now who is 56 years old. But I did listen to his State of the State. The only thing that I like that he said is I've been saying they need to do this for a long time too, but there's a lot more they need to do the education system. He said they're making it just it's covered pre-K because that'll help out a lot of parents who can't afford childcare. But yeah, now instead of K through 12, it's pre-K through 12 for California. So he said that's what's coming. But the only problem is you're getting indoctrinated by the state, but it will help families out. And it could help students out. It's just, again, the American education system, though, is a detriment. It's like you have to redo the education system, too. Again, I really think the first 3-4 years of a child's education shouldn't be so much focused on, getting overwhelmed with learning things that'll be important later in life, but just learning how to be a good person and how to cooperate and work with your classmates and learn about the benefits of working together, synergy, how cooperation can make one's life a lot easier. If you have a team of people working together towards common goals, you're a lot more likely to be successful than just having to do it all yourself. You don't get that anywhere, and they don't want that. They want a bunch of individuals ruled over by the big oppressive state. People have no idea how to cooperate with each other, only fight. I mean, that's what the system's really about. But I do think it's a good idea that to help out families with an extra year of education, because there's so many parents. That's the thing that happened too. A lot of states just started paying people way more money to stay home and then actually work, and then that actually works out for them because then they don't have to pay for childcare. But anyway, we live in such a goofy time with so many crazy things happening in terms of the ideas coming from politicians. I don't think pre-K as a just part of the system. I don't think that's the worst idea. It's just like in China, they go to school longer than Americans, and it shows by the end. That's why they have all the better jobs. That's why you go to all the big tech cities. There's a lot of Chinese guys there. Here's a real thing that happened to me last year when I was leaving big tech, heading down to LA. Again, last year we did the California trip, and then support fell down even more. It fell down a lot, actually. Fell down a ton after I came back from the LA trip. It really hurt. I was like, God, I went down enough since we got back from New York. Now I get back from LA, we're down even further like this, and then we just never come back. We just go down, and then we plateau, and we just can't get up anymore. But I remember I was leaving Silicon Valley. I was getting back like on the I-5 to head south. Or maybe it wasn't I-5. It's whatever interstate would run to I-5, whatever I had to get on. But it's right where the big tech companies are. And I remember I got like Asian guys flying by me on both sides in Porsches. And I'm like, look at these Chinamen over here with their superior educations, with these $300,000 jobs blowing by me, like racing around both sides of my car. You see a lot more of that in California, just the crazy drivers. Fast and Furious had an impact on that population. But yeah, I'm like, I bet both of those guys aren't even from America, How they could be. UCLA's nickname since I was in high school has been University of Caucasians Lost Among Asians. But the point is, in the Asian nations, they focus way more on education. And now you look at big tech, there's a lot of Asians there. There's almost no Americans there. It's where all the best paying jobs are. And they blew right by us, just like those guys that were racing around my car. So those guys probably just got done doing the new surveillance technology to make sure everyone's fucked in the future. They're like, yeah, but look at us. We got a $150,000 Porsche. We're not even from this country. Fuck America. So, yeah, and again, when we were at the Google campus, I mean, there was hardly a white person there when I was letting them know that it's a damn shame how they all come to this country and then work for this company that undermines the First Amendment. I said, you guys come here because there's better opportunity, better pay. I said, don't you think maybe that's because the first rule of this land is just the ability to speak? You guys are helping ruin that. And that, of course, that little weirdo was there who was pretending to be our friend that day. And now he tells the story of how I nearly got him arrested there at the Google campus because they called the police on us. Yeah, who cares? Who cares if they called the police on us? What were the police going to do? Say I was right? I mean, we didn't get in any trouble, but yeah, that stuff should go on every day. People should be at that Google campus every day, letting all those people know it's not right that they work for a company that's very un-American. And then you look, and it's almost no Americans work there. So it's like, it's all starting to make a lot of sense. That's right. Bill Gates has been a huge advocate for decades for these work visas to bring over these foreigners, pay them less. You realize this whole time they were working at something very un-American, building this surveillance state. It all just starts to make a ton of sense how they did it. They got non-American people to undermine American values, and they paid them very well. Do I have a video on Kenneth Copeland? I don't know. I don't even know if I've covered that. I might have. I forget a lot of things here. Let me see if I search his name, if anything comes up. Kenneth Copeland. Well, something came up in the March Madness. Was he a basketball player? Oops, wrote the wrong thing. Kenneth Copeland. Another televangelist. Yeah, you better be careful. He's 87. I see that. He could get added to the Pope's 87 collection this year, poor guy. I don't know if I've talked about Kenneth Copeland. I'm actually not familiar with this guy. I bet this guy's still doing way better than me. It looks like he was giving out. He said early in the his Wikipedia says early in the COVID-19 pandemic, he claimed that the pandemic had ended or would soon end, and that his followers would be healed from the virus. How come this guy's allowed to have a Wikipedia page? Like, if he gets one, how come I don't get one? You could write in mine. He wrote in his book, Number Games, that COVID would end as soon as the year of the tiger came around, and he proved that the whole thing was bullshit and was 1,000,000% correct, and it did end when the year of the tiger came around. I'd like that for my Wikipedia page. Yeah, I don't know who this guy is, though, to be perfectly honest. So, no, I probably haven't covered him. All right. Look up when a TV woman confronted him. He's pure evil. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Most religious types are the absolute most evil people. The most evil people in the world swearing on the Bible. You know, religion and evil, they go hand in hand. Yeah, it's true that you know, funneling in all the people from all over the country does provide more opportunities to divide and distract. But I mean, there is also something to funneling in people from a part of the world that are submissive to authority and just culturally will not go against authority. You know, Sweet Lady's even that way. She's from the eastern part of the world, and you know, just she comes from a country where if you speak against the authorities, they'll arrest you, they'll kill you. And a lot of places in the world just learned that's the way life is, so you just don't say anything. And in a sense, that's how America is too, really. Nobody really says anything about the authorities. They pretty much all get in line and march. The only authorities they speak against are the authorities in the political party they don't like. But yeah, again, there's a reason Papa Bush back in the 90s gave that speech on the New World Order and how it'd be realized. He said 11 years to the day of the World Trade Centers coming down. New World Order, World Trade. Never forget what Donald Trump did. You see, I'll always remember in 2020 being at the Trump convention and speaking to that group of people, and how many of them it made them go, whoa, I need to look more into that. Again, because it's undeniable. Donald Trump was at the World Economic Forum the day COVID was confirmed in America, gloating about how world trade will never be the same again after his deal with China. And then what day did he sign off on the trade deal with China? Just days earlier, on the day that supposedly the first case of COVID arrived in the U.S. in Bill Gates' backyard. I mean, and the Event 201 simulation, the only two CDCs in the world that participated were China and the U.S. I mean, at the end of the day, China and the U.S. are you know, they're a huge trade partner. They work together. They've been building these narratives for so long, though. When Bill Clinton was in office, they were saying Bill Clinton gave all the nuclear secrets to China. Now here we are 30 years later. And now China, our biggest trade partner, is, you know, rumors they're going to go into Taiwan, which could set off World War III, and they could get, you know, synced up with Iran and Korea. And just like at the end of the day, it's like, come on, man. Look at all this stuff. Look at all the evidence of how all of these nations are really controlled by the same authority, and they just play the people against each other. And yeah, they might start another war, but again, these wars are only against the people of these countries. They're not really against the leadership. They execute these plans to bring about agendas. And again, a huge part of the agenda right now is population control, and war is a good way to help out with that. But yeah, I mean, China, Walmart might as well. There should be a Chinese flag in every Walmart parking lot. I mean, China, it's like shopping at China is like shopping at Walmart. Yeah, the whole art of war thing, exactly. Yeah. I don't. No, I don't think there were more people alive in the past than there are now. I don't think that's true. Look at all the like. Where do you live to say that comment? Have you seen how much a lot of cities have expanded? I definitely don't think there's more people now than in the time of World War One. I think all the evidence is very contrary to that. I mean, come on, you guys. Sometimes I get annoyed just like reading that. Just like people are here to even leaving comments like that. Have you looked at all the expansion, all the growth? Look at cities, how much smaller they used to be to their footprint now, where they've just sprawled into everywhere. There's no way there's more people 100 years ago than there are now. Come on. It's just like when you say something like that, you just like show that you have like no experience in the world. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna dig up this post on this and just wrap it up for just one last point about who's running the show. And yeah, don't forget the merger of the world's two biggest killers, Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline. Hold on, it was 102 weeks before their vaccine got approved, and 102 is the art of war number. It's just all so perfect how everything was done. Okay, first of all, Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline both have the 82 connection like COVID, like Seattle, where the supposed pandemic began. Well, you could say it began in China, but the first confirmed case in the world outside of China was in Bill Gates' backyard in Seattle by the numbers. But here they merged December 19th, 2018, and they got their vaccine approved for COVID on December 2nd, 2020, exactly 102 weeks later. Of course, that's the reflection of 201. But again, the Jesuit text, Art of War equals 102. And remember, they said that COVID was the worst pandemic in the world since Spanish flu, which began 102 years earlier and came out of the World War I. World War equals 102, like Art of War. Again, the American Civil War began on the 102nd day of the year, and the Jesuits Lincoln blamed the Jesuits for it. 9/11 simulated 102 days before it happened by the federal government with Operation Amalgam Virgo or Project Amalgam Virgo, one of the two. I always forget it's Operation or Project, but Osama bin Laden's face on the cover document. Spanish flu. Oh, yeah, social distancing. The phrase social distancing, which we heard everywhere, was 102. Trump supposedly sick with the virus on 10/2. New Zealand had 102 days of, what was it, lockdowns at the time? Something like that. But yeah, this just shows that it was all a perfect plan. And for all the dopes out there that think this doesn't mean anything, but you're saying gematria is bullshit, but 5G is going to kill you, you're a fucking loser with your Jesus cross. See, that's why I always end up getting mad at religion, because I just see at the end of the day, this is really what religion's for, the controllers. They know they can just put this little symbol on there, the cross, and bullshit people, and they're going to win because there's a whole herd of sheep out there to fleece that are going to love that cross symbol, you know? Yeah, gematria is bullshit. Don't you see my cross? I'm a man of Jesus. 5G will kill you. God. No, I mean, it's not fair to say everyone else's work is bullshit, but in a way it is. Because I haven't heard enough people in the world talking about gematria, and gematria has been the only thing since I got here that's been proven anything. In fact, that's what I saw, and that's part of the reason I decided to jump in the truth community, because, yeah, there were always great voices. Jordan Maxwell did a lot of great things. Bill Cooper had some interesting observations, but nobody ever really brought it all together. And Jordan Maxwell was always on the record saying that people will never wake up because the things they need to care about, you know, they're not connected to the world of sports. And he was deadly wrong about that. 1,000,000% wrong was Jordan Maxwell on that topic. And again, we've shown how it's all connected, undeniably. But yeah, you learn what the numbers mean. You start to understand why the fourth book of the Bible's numbers and why they etch Allah's number on the temple. They got it planned out and they got a code and they work by it every single day. Every single day. The two biggest killers in the world merged to make a killing, you know? 100, it just so happened they got approved their vaccine 102 weeks later. Okay. Did I not put in this? And just headlines like this too. She's 102. She lived through the 1918 flu, and now she's beat coronavirus twice. Okay. And then they got the dead 102-year-old the day they're having everybody meet for the D-Day anniversary. Hold on, though. I keep trying. I don't have it. I keep scrolling up and down looking for something, but I don't see it in this post. This was apparently something the day before. Michigan couple married for 47 years die of coronavirus within a minute of one another. Talk about timing, right? Again, the word time is 47, but 1,056 rituals. Nick Waters, 102. That's right. Find some picture of some guy laughing his ass off. They're probably computer-generated images. No, by the way, you remember the other really great call for when we expected the Moderna stock to shoot through the roof, which is exactly what happened, exactly when we anticipated. May 7th, because Vaccine and Bill Gates are 57, and he was behind it. And again, Moderna is founded by two Jesuits. One of them is even born on the 201st day of the year. Never made a jab before, but then made a killing off the pandemic, rushing out their first jab with the spike protein. Hold on. Pfizer vaccine approval. December 2nd. This was in the UK, if I remember right. Here, this is it right here. Pfizer and BioNTech achieved first authorization in the world for a vaccine to combat COVID-19. Right here, boom. 102 weeks after the merger. And again, these were the two most sued companies in the history of the world for wrongful death and injury. I mean, just think about it. Just think about it from every angle. The two most sued companies in the world for wrongful death and injury. Do you want a product from them? Oh, man. And again, think about how many channels we lost for sharing this kind of information. Yeah, people did make a lot of money on that Moderna call. And again, you got these shit talking idiots who've never called anything in their life, keep putting out bad information, and they're still talking shit about our work. It just drives me nuts. How the hell does that have more support than what we're doing? I just can't make sense of the world, man. It's the Twilight Zone. It's the Twilight Zone, and I'm sick of it. Well, I don't know that Pfizer manufactures weapons. I don't think that's in their business. But don't forget that these jabs were manufactured on military bases. Don't forget that part of it. Yeah, William Shakespeare, the second person in the world to be vaccinated. Just straight up mockery. And again, they both got vaccinated in Coventry. And again, look at the definition of Coventry. Here. It is a place, but hold on. Coventry, the state of being banished or ostracized. I mean, you don't get the joke? Or isn't that how you were treated in that time? If you weren't on board with your mask and you weren't on board with all the propaganda, if you were questioning anything, if you didn't want to get your jab. I mean, hey, if you didn't get your jab, you might literally be banished or ostracized from your place of work or your school. Just jokes on tops of jokes. Maggie Keenan and William Shakespeare vaccinated in Coventry. You're right. Yeah, exactly. For a novel virus. Yeah, it's a story. William Shakespeare. The novel coronavirus. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to leave it there, you guys. Don't worry. I'll persevere, but at the same time, it's just... Sunday's like, I don't know where to go from here, man. Sure. Could things I do be done on a better level? Sure. But at the same time, I know that it's definitely a more than substantial level. The quality, the information, the undeniability, the consistency, the accurate forecasting. I know that nobody else has anywhere near the record or resume. Doesn't matter if we haven't gotten the recognition. Our resume and record is way better than anybody's. Again, like I said, show me a more important book written about COVID in a timely fashion. I had mine out, done writing pretty much July of 2020. It was out. People could get it in September. Everything I wrote in that book has only been proven 1,000 more times since. There's not anything you could read in that book and be like, oh, that's bullshit. Oh, well, that didn't turn out like that. Oh, so much for the prediction on Year of the Tiger. No, it's like, oh, wow, that's right. God, since he wrote about that, it's happened 1,000 more times. That's when you know that it's a worthy text, that it's still as true as it was the day you wrote it. It's even more true. But somehow, some way, again, we just can't, in this time, like, nobody who used to help us out helps us out anymore. It's just frustrating. Instead, the people who used to have us on, now they have on the shithead con artists that have nothing to offer. It just makes me sick. GD says, sent to Coventry was a saying from World War II. Interesting. I didn't know that. But yeah, they kept talking about, you know, the world wars in light of the pandemic and Spanish flu. So it all makes sense. It all fits together. Whenever you guys say that you cannot talk to people about gematria, again, I know it's more about you that's not having the success. You're not leading with the right examples. Again, I've given you guys thousands of examples as being the man on the street sharing the knowledge, and you haven't seen a single time where people have been like, other than like assholes walking around in a big crowd of people trying to talk shit from a distance, but you haven't seen anybody that I've been talking to where they've acted like they were just, no way that could be. They're like, whoa, that's crazy. You got to explain things the right way and start with simple examples that are easy to grasp. And don't start with a gematria decode. Just start with something that's like an endless number pattern just on loop. How the same number keeps happening. Like, just go back to Trump's trial that he just had, for example, with all those 45s. If you can get through the conversation about the trial in 45, again, it's another level of understanding for people that then you can start to point to. And don't you think it's weird that there was that massive earthquake on his golf course on 4-5? See, this is just the kind of stuff that people can't comprehend, and it's why the cabal is just, light years beyond the brain dead masses. But remember, when they built that golf course, Trump was 58 years old. Just like how he announced he was running from the 58-story Trump Tower for the 58th election and had all those 58 rituals, and not to mention suddenly Susan had the episode of him being president way back in the 90s that came out on May 8th, 5/8. But yeah, again, according to Jesse Ventura, they've planted bombs all over deep in the ground. And he said years ago on his conspiracy theory show, sometimes those earthquakes aren't Mother Nature. Is it possible that they planted a big bomb down in the ground under Trump's golf course at the same time they were building it? Because they literally did open the course when he was 58 years old. Nuclear weapons, 58. It's also 68. Just like golf, like Donald John Trump. Like the other night, Joe Biden saying his handicap is 6, and then Trump says he's a liar, and then he pretty much supports Trump by going, it's an 8. It's like, okay, so you're just going to lose the debate like that, huh? He just called you a liar, and you immediately gave a different score. First, he's a 6 handicap, and then he's an 8 handicap. But again, just hearing it out loud, it's like, okay, we've been talking about Trump and golf rituals and 68 for how many years now? And people are like, somebody out there's like, I bet he's never talked about Trump and golf in 68 before. Okay, here, let me just search in my own website and just prove that wrong in 5 seconds. Donald Trump, golf, 68, because I know they've been doing some rituals with this guy and this number over the years. Donald Trump goes golfing for the first time, May 23rd, 2020. This is back in the time of COVID and the lockdowns. First time since March 8th, the 68th day of the year. Notice he went golfing on a 68 date numerology. Did Donald Trump golf 68, Donald John Trump 68, The Apprentice 68. Why were we all locked down again? Why was this even a story? Because everyone's on lockdown. Like, oh, Donald Trump went outside. What year was coronavirus coined? Oh, that's right, 68. Just the endless jokes, how they pay tribute to numbers and bring things together in high ritual over and over. And the last time he went golfing was again the 68th day of the year, March 8th, 2020. In a leap year, March 8th is the 68th day of the year. What did they do this year on March 8th, paying tribute to 1968? Here, let me remind you. Oregon's governor's name even equals 68. And she ended her experimental policy with fentanyl that killed a lot of people. On the 68th day of this year, by the way, that date, March 8th, can be written 38, like fentanyl's 38, like murder, like Oregon, like Prince, like killing. Fentanyl's been all over the map since Prince's death by the numbers. Sadly, a death we predicted before it happened because his girlfriend died the day of the 58th Grammys. Purple Rain equals 58. Prince, Mr. Purple, with the song Black Donald Trump, dead 201 days before the election of Trump in the 58th election. Again, that was the year of the 58th Grammys. His girlfriend dies the day of it. Then he dies shortly after in his 58th year of life. And then Trump wins. But anyway, Christine Kotex, the governor of Oregon, her name's 68. On the 68th day of the year, March 8th, got to reverse the fentanyl policy because it's killing too many people. Asshole with Jesus Peace Out, who says Gematria is bullshit and 5G will kill you, won't touch information like this, but is one of these guys who can talk for 2 hours, and by the end of the 2 hours, you're like, what did I get out of that? Well, like, what could I walk away with that was solid about what he just said in the last 2 hours? I remember him saying the Balfour Declaration like 20 times. Sure came back to that Balfour Declaration a lot. His one piece of evidence that Jews run the world is the Balfour Declaration. The one that if you have the Gematria lens, you see has just the Jesuit fingerprints everywhere on it. What was the Club of Jews? Was that what the Rockefellers established in 1968? Was it called the Club of Jews, or was it called the Club of Rome? It was definitely called the Club of Rome. 3 days after MLK's assassination in a big Jesuit ritual. Don't forget, Catholicism equals 68, like mathematics, like solar system, like they put the whole thing together, the language, the calendar, synced it all up. Well, where did Trump go to after Jerusalem Day? Did he go party with Jews, or did he fly straight from there to the Vatican and pose with the Pope by the numbers? Like they looked like they were all ready for a funeral. Thanks again, Logan Thomas. When I do get out in pound payment, Portland's on my destination because I have a mic to deliver to you. So, but yeah, again, you guys, I'm not gonna lie. My motivation to pound payment, it's just way down because nothing positive has really come out of it other than just the enjoyment of being out on the street talking to people, which I do. But again, just every time it's like a giant step backwards for in terms of building resources. Things are expensive, and yeah, I'm not even talking about the things I've been doing behind the scenes. I am a lot closer to the goal than I was years ago, and things have happened, but there's still a lot more resources before we can fill a new studio with bodies and have a team of people and know we're going to have resources to put out paychecks and keep people together and keep it going. There's very few people out there willing to support this work, which I don't get because it could have saved a lot of people's lives, and we probably have saved some lives, but could have saved a lot more lives. Could have changed the whole course of history. Everyone could have saw through the bullshit pandemic before they ended it. Just when they showed, again, they signaled all at the beginning why they were going to end it as soon as the year of the tiger came around, which was a long ways away at the time. It's like, that's 2 years away. They're signaling that they're going to stretch this shit out for 2 years, just like they did with their little Event 201 simulation. Same thing. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. That's exactly what nation this is. For people who don't know this comment right here that he has, let's close out with that. Let's go back to the good old days of George W. Bush when he delivered really serious remarks and then immediately jumped into how good his golf drive was going to be. Let's see. George Bush, watch this drive. Let's see. Yeah. There we go. Oh my God. This is back when I thought it couldn't get any worse. Hold on. I gotta make sure the volume's cranked up so you can hear this. For all you young people who've never seen this before, these were the good old days right here. Not really at all. These are the days where I just couldn't even believe what country I lived in. I was like, God, my country is just fucking retarded. A fucking retard's the president. Everyone's fallen for 9/11, the biggest obvious fucking psyop there ever was. By the way, the Reichstag fire back in the day by the Nazis had 201 all over it, just like 9/11 and everything else these Jesuits do. Does anyone have an Apple computer that knows how to keep it from Apple constantly readjusting your mic volume? Like, I don't think I'm ever getting an Apple product again because I don't remember like past versions of Apple always doing this. Every time you turn on the computer, it just has the mic volume set at the absolute bottom. It's like, what the fuck? I've never changed the setting other than high, but then anytime you turn on the computer, it's always got it adjusted to the very low. And there's like no checkbox to just say like, leave volume here. It's just every time it wants to turn it to the absolute lowest volume. I don't even know what I just did. All right. Technology is so annoying and it does not need to be. Okay, here we go. George W. Bush, acting so serious and then right into goofball character.
We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
I mean, fuck out of here, man. Now watch this drive. God. You must stop. Again, you guys, back then, we were going to die if we didn't give up every last right and liberty. You know, there was terrorists around every corner, and now it's, what, like 2 years straight of the borders wide open. 500 more killers came in the country today. Like, it's weird. You would think they would have blown up every skyscraper in America by now. All these terrorist killers with suitcase bombs that they told us about for 30 years. Yeah, Terror 68 indeed. But he had his favorite way of ending it, Terra, the Terra. Remember, Steve Jobs got it in a big 56 ritual. Steve Jobs did it 56 days from Steve Wozniak's birthday. Jesuits and big tech. Yeah, they did sacrifice OJ and announced it at the time of the Masters and paid a tribute to Ephesians 6, 5 through 9. Bill Cooper, born on May 6th, 5/6, dead on the day, leaving 56 days left in the year. I mostly like Bill Cooper, but there's some things that I wonder about that guy. It's like, how do those guys stay so famous? Like, for Bill Cooper, I guess really his claim to fame is calling 9/11 in June of 2001. So he'll forever be famous for that. But I don't know what hard tools he gave anybody at the same time to really see through the cabal. He gave little bits and pieces of truth, though. But part of me is always like, how are these guys so famous? Like, what did they do actually that was so great? He had one big prediction. I think we have had like 1,000 big predictions in the last 10 years. And I know that our information that we gave out is way more valuable than the many. I mean, Bill Cooper spent a lot of time on aliens and all this. And I think at the end of his career, he kind of recanted some of the alien stuff. But I just see a world of people who've done a lot lesser work and have gotten a lot of recognition for it, and I can't make sense of why that is. All right, guys, we'll leave it there for now. Again, thank you to everyone who supports the work. If you've never supported the work, hey, next month starts tomorrow. Maybe it could be the month you pledge $1 to help get the resources up so we can get a team of people and start doing some real shit and get out and travel again and pound pavement and be out where we should be. Because, yeah, that's how it is in my mind, you guys. Before everything fell off, there was no sign anything was going to fall off. It was always just building slowly but surely until we went out and traveled all over, and then it just fell off rapidly. And I thought, I just couldn't make sense. I was like, But, yeah, anyways, as long as that's the case, it's going to be hard to ever do, again, what I've done in the past. And that kind of stuff needs to happen. It needs to happen, you guys. It needs to happen. Our information needs to be out on the streets of America, and it needs to be in the right places at the most timely of times on anniversaries like we've demonstrated in New York for 9/11 anniversary, Oklahoma City for that anniversary. That kind of stuff should be going on all the time, every year, getting bigger and bigger, getting more people behind it. Instead, you got a bunch of dumbasses, I guess that's all you got. You just got a bunch of dumbasses not doing anything. But yeah, I just get sick of listening to people's bullshit and downplaying our work and blaming things on Jews when, again, there's no substance to what they're saying. How come every major event in America comes back to like a significant Jesuit date in history? Well, why is April 19th come up almost every time something just like major happens in the world? That, as far as I know, that date's only significant to one group of people, the Jesuits. American Revolutionary War and about 100 other things since then, so... All right, I'm done venting, you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you to the people who left a super chat. Shout out to Open Up, Mukhtar, John Mendoza, Rest in Gematria, Rick James, and Aiden. Thank you. All right, True Seeker. Have a good rest of your day. Till next time.